LMFAO, guys. It wouldn't be me if I didn't mute myself on accident. Freaking epic. Anyways. Oh my god. Well, anyways, welcome again. We've got Jimmy, we've got Joe. Both of these are pretty experienced-ish new players. You can play like 100 games and still be new. This game takes a lot of knowledge before you're really popping off, so we'll see how they can incorporate some of what they've learned over the course of the few tournaments that they've been in. Jimmy has been in a few more than Joe, from what I remember. But last time I watched Joe play on Tzeentch, he had some pretty nasty stuff going on. He's a very, very good player. And Jimmy is good at the High Elves, but is still definitely getting his legs under himself with this faction. Lizardman was much more his speed, I felt. But I do think he's going to improve and get to a point where his High Elves are as much of a threat as his Lizardmen are. And I feel like High Elves have a pretty favorable matchup into Tzeentch. As long as you go, like, foot heavy and bow heavy. If you try and outshoot Tzeentch, it's honestly a pretty nice matchup for the High Elves. You do need to bring a few counters to Chaos Warriors. That's fairly doable with stuff like the White Lion Chariots. Those things just absolutely rip up Chaos Warriors. Normally, the High Elves have a pretty firm mobility advantage. This is one of the matchups, though, can be a little tough for the Cavalry, because Searing Doom is just such a powerful spell, and Tzeentch Lords can just deal that out like candy. They will just blast you into oblivion, dumping just magic missiles on top of your head. The bombardment is just really devastating. If you try to go really mobility heavy into Tzeentch, you're going to have a pretty bad time. Cheaper, wider, shootier build tends to be a little bit safer. At least in my experience. It's not bad to bring, it's not a bad idea to bring heroes here. Lore Masters of Hoeth tend to do pretty well into Tzeentch because they can beat up on not just infantry, but I've actually had double Swordmaster of Hoeth beat A-Cold. A-Cold Hellbrass is a pretty annoying little character that Tzeentch can throw out when they want to just beat up on infantry and have, you know, stupidly durable foot character that can just grind on points and anchor one for you. Normally he'll beat just about any other foot characters down, but Swordmasters of Hoeth equal his stats pretty well. Ooh. It's a very different High Elf build from what I'm experienced with in this one. But I think it'll be solid. I mean, Omen of Asuryan is a really strong monster. Eltharion is a beast mode character. We do see A-Cold on Tzeentch's side over here. 3 Zangors, 2 Warriors, a Chosen, and 1 Pink Horror, which is kind of cool. And a Metal Sorcerer, which I imagine has Searing Doom. Maybe Final Transmutation. Final Transmutation is pretty good against High Elves, because they can go pretty heavy into monsters. Definitely worth keeping in the back pocket a lot of the time. See what kind of effectiveness we see out of it. Yeah, I like the corruption on the map. It's pretty simple, but it does add a little bit of extra flavor. Chaos Star over here. Or, where is it? Oh, it's on the other side. I love the Chaos designs, especially for all their, like, runes, I guess, and The little, like, pentagrams and stuff that they, like, carve into the ground. So Omen of Assyrian is really strong because it's got the ITP aura and it lowers vigor. So it's a perfect vigor machine that also makes it so that your guys never tear out. I mean, I don't really know how you can pass that up into Chaos factions a lot of the time as the High Elves. The control this thing provides in the air as well is pretty unparalleled. 460 weapon strength, fire, magic damage, tons of melee attack and melee defense, huge charge bonus, a lot of weapon strength, amazing leadership. I mean, functionally unbreakable at 100. This thing, especially since it never gets tired and loses any additional leadership, it's almost never going to go down before it's, you know, used every last bit of its HP. It's got Fiery Rebirth, which is pretty nice. You get a randomized chance of it gaining a bunch of HP. If it dies instantly, it does suck a little bit, but Eltharion will make sure with Apo that he can keep this thing up for a decent amount of time. We've got Tempest on the table here, so the Chaos Sorcerer Lord with the Metal Magic is going to have to be really careful. Him being up on that disc and getting hit by Tempest would basically be a death sentence, because at that point Eltharion and Omen are just going to run in and tag team him into oblivion. And he'd have already lost a bunch of HP just from Tempest, so these two characters getting on him would just fully end his career in about 10 seconds. Fresh Archer coming in. We've got 2 Lothern Sea Guards, 2 Archers, and 3 Silverin Guard. I actually really like the High Elf Infantry Corps. Silverins are super defensive, very hard to kill with magic, and that is one of the Tzeentch specialties, of course. Don't really need to be clued in on that necessarily. It is like one of the defining features of the Chaos God. Lyrian Reavers are trying to grab the #1. Doesn't really work out. That's Immolation coming in early from Joe Dalton, which is kind of cool. Very fun unit, and they do thump pretty hard against cavalry. This is another unit that, after getting the bonus versus large added to these guys, Knights of Immolation and Doom Knights in general really helped to flip this matchup on its head a little bit. Like when people started really figuring out how to use Searing Doom against cavalry, that was one thing, but the Doom Knights add an extra dimension where the light cavalry is just completely useless. And Silverhelms and the Dragon Princes can just get absolutely ruined by the spell casting. So really good aggressive play out here. Knights of Immolation are just winning big time, and that was a huge final change mutation going down on the Omen of Assyrian and Eltharion. They take a lot of HP damage. Joe gets a nice value lead early, but a beautiful Tempest in response. Massive punishment on the Knights of Immolation here. And the 2 big beasties get in against the poor Doom Knights here. Oh, we get a little bit of a Mistwalker's Barrage also chipping away at their HP. Down to 15 models. Dropping like flies here. These guys got absolutely pounded by the spell. And Eltharion is having no mercy either on his big old griffin here. I don't know what the Omen of Assyrian is doing on the ground. It's stuck in some kind of animation, I think. Does manage to get back up in the air, and the frontline fight is kicking off here with Zangors penetrating into the back line. Zangors here should just stay and fight the Silverins because they're with Akold. Akold will help them clear these guys up pretty quickly. Get a nice spawn summon. You got to get that in nice and quick on those archers. Don't want the Company of the Calendarian getting in the way because you do need to shut these guys down. The archers can just keep pouring fire into the Zangors, even if the Zangors aren't getting totally lit up because of the presence of their shield. They're still going to get worn out by just sheer volume eventually. Definitely need these chariots to be running down all these guys, so that you can find a way to get your Chaos Warriors into some much better fights and you can just hang on to the points. A little worried because this is a pretty deep dive for Tzeentch. They're pushing way into the back line of the High Elves here. High Elves do have fairly solid stuff. I mean, it's going to take a little bit of work for them to defend against all of the Chaos Warriors especially. We've got the Chosen and 1 Chaos Warrior, blobbing up a little bit too much on this Lothern Sea Guard and the Silverine out here on the side. It does give time for Eltharion to start cleaning up some of the Zangors. The Zangors are actually a little weak here. Zangors are really fun and relatively effective unit into the High Elves, but when you've got big monsters flying around, their leadership at 62 tends to be a little bit low. You can see they do have ITP here, but that's because of Primal Fury. The second it drops below 50% leadership, they break just like anything else, and they can be a little bit vulnerable because of that. Chaos Warriors getting bullied by Eltharion, and they are also not the most resolute folk. They've got extra base leadership, but they don't have any ITP at all whatsoever, even at base. So once they start taking damage, you can see how quickly they run. Chaos Lord is on his last legs. He just got hammered by that Tempest. Was lucky to get away from the engagement. And now you've got the Omen of Asuryan and Eltharion kind of clowning on this front line of Tzeentch a little bit. Nice little lead for Jimmy. He's got a little bit of work to do here, though. He's got to grab this #1 objective or push out to the #3. And he is pretty fully engaged in combat right now. Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch are out. They're going to do some good damage to the Omen and Eltharion. Omen especially, because it only has 50 armor. This is something to keep in mind whenever you're facing this thing down. 50 armor is really not that high. This thing gets absolutely blasted by high damage missiles. And yeah, it's got some fire resistance, but Tzeentch does imbue a fire weakness of 10%. Really, that's 30%. It gets around the physical resistance. All things being equal, I would say that the missile play, even if it is flaming attacks and it is being affected by the resistance, it's really all pretty even when the tally is finally made. It's worth shooting no matter what, because you don't really want to fight it in melee with anything that Tzeentch has. You don't really have great tools for killing big monsters in melee combat. That's why the Changebringers and sorry, one second. It's why Changebringers, excuse me, are so important for Tzeentch, because that's one of your best single entity removal tools other than your magic. And you've got a finite amount of magic. No matter how you slice it, even though Tzeentch can make better use of it than most other factions, you don't get to use it for the entire game. You run out eventually, and once Tzeentch runs out of magic, it tends to be a little bit bloody for them. They're oftentimes one of the groups that really needs to get an early lead, and then force their opponent to play pretty aggressively into them, and then they can use their mobility on their Chosen and playing off of one another to keep a lead and hang on to the points. Looks like the High Elves are going to overwhelm Tzeentch here eventually. Got Synagors getting beat around by Illyrian Reavers out here on the flank pretty badly. There's a lot of archers, pretty tattered, but nonetheless high leadership across the board on the High Elves means that these guys are sticking around, and they're going to continue to poke away at all these lightly armored mobile tools. And Chaos Warriors and Chosen, man, getting bullied pretty badly out here. Rahagra's Pride shut them down. We had a beautiful Ember Storm go down on top of both of those infantry units from the Omen of Asuryan. Got 1,500 value already. Gonna get a beautiful final transmutation, though. It's gonna hammer this big guy up in the sky. Overcast, indeed, overcast nonetheless. Or nevertheless, I should say. I need a minute. I gotta wake up. Moving a little slow this morning. Not quite as snappy as I'd like to be. Shrieking Sky Rays are on top of the Omen, but they're not surrounding the Omen of Asuryan. If you really want to kill some single entities with monstrous units, you need to have all of your models surrounding what your target is. Otherwise, they end up in a situation like this where you think you have a good engagement against this big monster, but just a couple of your guys are actually fighting it at any one time. Now, with Eltharion moving over to help it out, I really don't see the Shrieking Sky Rays wanting to stick around here. They're really dropping low on the HP front, not looking too good in terms of the damage they've done. Trying to pull these guys back and maybe getting them in for a clutch surround would be the way to go, but it is pretty desperate times for Joe here. Jimmy has done a great job of preserving a decent little ground force. I mean, you can see how tattered a lot of it is, but sometimes it's all you need just to interpose bodies between screamers and cavalry, trap them up on the ground, and slowly wear them out. Senegors love to hammer an anvil, but we've got a bunch of tattered units running around the battlefield that can either shoot at them or just have some anti-large pokers like all these remaining Silver and Guard do. That space becomes a premium, and if they get caught up on any bad fights at all, it's a 1,200 gold unit. So, yeah, I mean, they haven't done terrible with 750 value thereabouts, but it's a long way shy of them really paying for themselves, and that's usually kind of a death sentence for Tzeentch. There's Senegors being so expensive, but also being such an integral part of their game style. If they're not getting their value back, nightmare scenario for them. Rhaegar's Pride gets in here, and a beautiful Mighty Roar actually breaks the Forsaken, and look at the value on these guys. 1,800. A lot of that from chewing up on the Chaos Warriors and the Chaos Warriors and the Chosen that were fighting out here. Kind of just pinned up against the terrain blocker here on the number 2. I think the Chosen needed to probably just maneuver out onto the number 1 objective. In my experience, really expensive infantry units perform best as a backstop. A singular backstop on your defensive points, especially on these maps of the middle objective. Having a rock-solid, extra cap-weight elite infantry unit sitting on the number 1 can make life kind of a nightmare for the High Elves. They wouldn't really have anything great to move in. They've got some White Lions, and the Rhaegar's Pride can cycle charge a little bit, but most of this is archers, Silver and Guard, nothing super dangerous, and Company of the Calendarian are, like, decent into Chosen, but are not the most well-statted unit compared to the melee defense that Tzeentch Chosen bring to the table, so something to keep in mind for next time you might want to play with the more elite stuff. Lion Chariot of Trace is finally in. I guess that was always in the back pocket. Kind of cool to see it out. Definitely think it could have been used a little bit earlier, to be honest, but I think regardless, Jimmy has done a good job of juggling the threats. He did a great job with the single entities of getting in and being aggressive with those guys, and Eltharion ends up with 4,100 value. He is just such a disgustingly cost-effective character. He will delete everything. I mean, he's a good duelist. He's got some really powerful clear tools with Mistwalker's Barrage. You don't see it here, but Soul Quench is one of the tools in his kit. Pretty good at clearing out cheap bodies on occasion. You see the Zangors getting terror-rated instantly on the number 3 objective, and Joe is going to throw in the towel. Good scrap by him, but I think his build does leave a little bit to be desired. One of the bigger things that the High Elves are good against is Changebringers. They have so many archers. Changebringers get hard countered in this matchup 9 times out of 10. Kinda hard to find replacements for those guys. I'm going to bring y'all over and show off a little bit of an unorthodox build for Tzeentch that I've seen thrive on occasion against the High Elves. I don't know how well it would have worked into what we just saw, but it does definitely have some teeth. Oh, we're on it. Okay. So you go Herald, Transmutation, Searing Doom. Get rid of Locus of Conjuration as a banned ability right now. It's super broken. Mega massive WOM recharge, which can be a little bit unfair at times. It just means that Tzeentch can like dump all their magic within the first like 3 minutes of a game. And that can be a little bit hard to handle. because you can just nuke everybody's stuff out of existence instantaneously with, like, triple final transmutation, overcast in the first few minutes of a match. Anyways, that's not really what we're here for. Where is Big Boy? Here he is. Aeson the Fallen. Big, mean, Mutalith Vortex Beast. This guy is really disgusting if you can just have him running around, impacting into various units and applying his disorientated effect, buffing up melee attack for all your units that are in combat or if mutation, is really strong, does a lot of damage in the Mortis. It's active only in melee, but this guy does love being in melee. Just charge him around, man. The Mutalith Vortex Beast is 5,500 mass. This guy can push out a cavalry pretty easily as well, if need be. Silverhelms and Leaguer and Reavers can't quite lock him down. And if your opponent lands Eltharion and the Omen on top of him, then you hit him with the big Overcast Final Transmutation. You can run Aeson back a little bit. And then use some, like, Marauder Horsemen, or, I guess, really, if you want to go crazy in this matchup, you go with a bunch of pinks, a couple blues, and then you grab, like, one chosen. Like I said, is that anchor point that you want to center your defense on. Just on a side point. It can help you pretty tremendously. Plague of Rust can be nice as well in this matchup, because High Elves do have a few units that they like throwing out that are pretty heavily armored in this matchup. Where the hell are they? There they are. Literally right above what I was already selecting. White Lions of Trace suffer pretty badly if they lose their armor, because they're really reliant on this missile resistance otherwise for defensive capabilities. Tzeentch Chosen against a White Lion of Trace, if you use Plague of Rust on the White Lions get completely destroyed by Tzeentch Chosen, because these guys have pretty good melee attack. And the melee defense at 60 means White Lions are already just never going to hit you. The Overcast version of Plague of Rust will take these guys down to 30 armor, and with 8,000 HP, you'll get a good chuckle to yourself watching how quickly the Chosen just absolutely blitz through that 8,000 health. Marauder Horsemen are good, like I said. You can definitely bring them in. And they can provide some good mobility and utility just with the shooting and making sure that Leaguer and Reaver Cavalry can't just swarm your pink horrors for free, make it a little bit tougher for them. Centaurs are solid into the High Elves. Chaos Knights are honestly pretty tough to deal with here, though. High Elves don't have, like, a surfeit of anti-large, anti-armor options. They've got the Fireborn, and they've got their single entities to handle that role. Once you start introducing Chaos Knights to the mix with the Marauder Horsemen, you've got some good staying power with these guys. Even if you go for the Lance variant, they've still got pretty decent melee defense. You look at Centaurs, and they just don't have as much HP. They've got no armor, pretty low leadership. Yeah, they've got some pretty incredible stuff with, like, perfect vigor and whatnot. The Chaos Knights, I think, are a little bit safer in this matchup. They don't get poked by archers quite as hard. They can actually deliver charges home against Lothern Seaguard. That is pretty tough for Centaurs to handle. Definitely consider mixing these guys into your build. They're probably the sneakily best variant out of all the Chaos Knight variants now. The Tzeentch Lance Knight specifically. So they do have a barrier. It makes the synergy between their mark and what Shock Cavalry want to do all the more strong. And it's the same with Centaurs. You just also have more HP and armor on these guys to survive all the archer poke. And you can still bring Shrieking Skyrays. I would not ever bring an additional Screamer. Not really all that good of a unit. Spawn or something to consider in this matchup that I think can be sneakily good. Vulnerable to the shooting, though. You gotta keep that in mind, but the armor sundering is pretty crazy on these things. Spawn of Tzeentch have a really nice time sitting on top of Chosen, providing a little bit of mass, making it so you can't really cycle charge Chosen, and then providing that armor sundering means that these guys, with their solid weapon strength at 48, can be a little bit more effective in the actual value trades. You can get the Knight's Immolation in here. Double Chaos Knight, I think, is alright. You can go for a Zangor and a Chaos Warrior in reserve, or like double Zangor. Just some quick infantry to get out on the field. Or you could just get more pink horrors and go even heavier into this. Really, you're hoping that Aeson clears all the infantry for you anyways. Just runs around and farms like tons of value with the Aura of Mutation, while your Herald keeps some control over the battlefield with Final Transmutation. Also using Searing Doom to stop anything that might be over-blobbing on Aeson. And then your mobility just takes over the game. As you introduce too many heavily armored threats for the Silverhelms and Illyrian Reavers to handle. Let's grab some of these replays. Just jump right into them. Zarybdis is around. Zarybdis is a player that I haven't seen in like over a year at this point, I don't think. It's always fun to see people who kind of just, you know, drift away from the multiplayer side of stuff in Total War. It's cool to see them come back and how their playstyle is developed in the interim. It does take a little bit of time to get reacclimated to the game oftentimes, but I've seen a lot of people take an extended break from this game, come back, struggle a little bit, but then ultimately end up being all the better for it because they've just had a little bit of a breather and they've kind of like been able to flexibly adjust their play style without getting too into the weeds on who they are and aren't beating. So we've got a really interesting Vampire Coast build here with Aranessa, no caster in the opening. We've got triple Depth Guard right out the gate. We've got a couple of the Hand Cannoneers and Penta Gunnery Mob opener. Just with the pistols, but the pistols are honestly pretty strong against Skinks. I mean, Skinks actually have a shorter range than these pistol mobs do. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see how the trade plays out. Where are all the pistol mobs? Here we go. You can see here, their missiles are not the most devastating thing in the world, but they do have black powder aplenty, giving them 4 additional missile strength for the first few volleys. They've got, as long as it's above 80%, which I believe is 5 shots for the zombie pirate gunnery mobs. Actually, it's 6, technically. Because the 6th one is when they lose the buff. That's a lot of firepower to have to suffer through an extra 30% damage on, though. Ancient Salamander is honestly not really a good pick here, normally, but because there's so many Depth Guard, gonna be surprisingly strong, I think. It does good damage to these heavily armored infantry, and these guys don't have a lot of models, so that missile is going to be all the more effective, because it's going to be taking out an even more expensive unit than it might otherwise do typically. Scurvy Dogs are hiding in the trees over here. Going to be waiting for a good chance to get on the Skink Skirmishers. Skinks get folded up by Warhound type units. Fleshhounds, Warhounds of any type really rip these poor little skinkies apart because they don't have a lot of HP. 120 models ain't bad, but you know, on a low HP pool, it can really start to melt away. Ancient Salamander is going to move forward and get a good shot off on the gunnery mob here, the hand cannons. But pistol mobs are going to move forward and start blasting away at this guy. With 120 models and 3 AP, they can throw down with this bad boy pretty easily. It's going to have to actually pull it back. BotBot is doing a pretty good job right now of just getting a little bit of early value. See a little bit of a wind struck effect being applied thanks to Wind Blast. Does some good damage to the gunnery mob and the deckhand mob here. Skink cohort's going a long way around the back here. I'm not a huge fan of bringing too many skinks into the Vampire Coast. You do need to be a little bit careful of overemphasizing your reliance on them, because they do get frightened by all the zombies, and there's a lot of terror on the Vampire Coast roster as well with Morngulls and the like. Kind of fortunate that no Morngulls are coming out. We got animated Hulk, Scurvy Dogs, and Bomber Mobs instead. Bomber Mobs, though, will be able to absolutely wail on these skink cohorts here. They do not like getting hit by bombs. This is going to be a big mess for the Lizardmen out here on this flank, potentially, unless they can shut down the bombers. Because the animated Hulks are going to get in and help clean up the beat-up Saurus once all is said and done. We do get some beautiful wind blasts, though. The Vampire Coast do have 3 of their infantry completely surrounded here. Totally boxed in. Oh, and I didn't notice the hand cannon unit that was here as well. It's a pretty big loss. It's a lot of firepower that's locked down in melee combat. And BotBot is honestly kind of partitioning the battlefield off. His Skirmisher Corps is not over-committing, and we've got a lot of depth guard that are pretty inactive right now. They could definitely push all of these skink skirmishers back and allow a little bit more time for the rest of the Vampire Coast formation to get some good value. But we do have the Chameleon Stalkers getting on the mortar crew here. Chameleon Stalkers are a very sneaky unit. Saw them creeping up along the backside here. I was hoping they could find a way onto that crew, and BotBot is feasting right now. Kills all of the units that the Coast had down here in this pocket. Does a really good job of using the Saurus Warriors to bounce to the outside and take on the bombers in melee. No bombs for you. Gonna be a really nice fight for the Saurus, in fact. They love beating up on zombies. Probably one of the best units at clearing out bodies in the entire game. Saurus are not very good at up-trading into more powerful infantry units, but against chaff of any type, this is really where they thrive. Big weapon strength on their mediocre stats against really poorly statted units with a big HP pool. It's just synchronicities, man. And they're going to easily dominate the number 3 objective here. BotBot grabs that right off the rip here. You've got Aranessa getting absolutely pummeled right now. What is going on with her? What has she been fighting? I guess the Ripper Dactyls have been putting some moves on her. I mean, they got decent value. Oxyottl's probably been shooting her. That's another one of the things that's been punishing her, I bet. It looks like they, the Skink Skirmishers are actually focus firing her. So even though they only have the 2 AP, they do fire every 6 seconds, and they got a ton of ammo, so very quickly you can see them taking down a 120 armor unit. You know, Aranessa can be a bit of a pain with the Spearfisher's net. She's gotten one use of it off, but her entire formation has just been completely cracked open by the lizards here. BotBot, you know, I really got to give him kudos. That was an aggressive opener with the push through the trees here, and then having all these skink skirmishers out on the field early to poke down against the gunnery mobs. I thought the gunnery mobs would have a better time, but I think with the depth guard being so inactive early and not doing a very good job of pushing back the skink skirmishers, not only did BotBot win out here, but he also won in the skirmish in the mobile game. And now he gets to dictate the pace of combat, and he can kind of ignore the depth guard. You can see that they haven't done badly as they've been in combat. Pretty solid value across the board on the depth guard that we see on the field, but it's just a little hard for a handful of units to carry a game when they're so significantly outnumbered. Bonds has a little bit of an opportunity to get back in this one, but he's going to have to shut down this Ancient Salamander because it's doing some pretty wicked damage. Even to the Sirens there, it took about 4 of those Siren models down in one shot and did a bunch of HP damage to the rest. Oh, we're going to get a beautiful Uranus. Oh, a Chain Lightning, even better on top of the Depth Guard. Oh, and the Ancient Salamander turns around too, and it's starting to blast these poor guys. Such a cool model. You see these guys just charging around, trying to do what they can to clear stuff out. Some Saurus here. Very beat up, but they did win their combats, and they got close to 650 value. A little bit shy of it. That's a pretty good stable floor for value trading in this matchup for an infantry unit. It's kind of hard oftentimes for 800 gold infantry units to pay off in full against Vampire Coast. At least on paper, but the reality is Coast crumbles a lot. You lose a lot of value tracked that way. Really, Bonds is probably down closer to 5k value at this point. Araness is down. He's lost, like I said, he lost his entire front line pretty quickly. Depth Guard are all on the way out. He's really just got these Scurvy Dogs with a handful of Hulks and Morghuls holding the line, but a beautiful rear charge from some Cauldron Spear Riders. He's probably going to turn that around pretty fast. Looks like another Chain Lightning's going down. Oh, man. Owie. Scurvy Dogs melt instantly. And you know, in terms of damage against monsters units, really aren't any amazing spells against these guys, to be honest. Chain Lightning does do a decent amount of work against monsters units. Just because the radius is so big and it spreads its damage out pretty equivalently throughout the length of the entire radius, there's not a stronger and a weaker part of it. 13 damage per second, if you got it centered over an entire monster's infantry unit, it can take about 1,000 HP off of them in the time that it's active. Feral Cold Ones are chipping away, doing what they can. You know, it's not a clean fight for them, but because the Lizardmen have such a huge advantage on the rest of the battlefield, and they're able to summon out their perfect counters time after time, just slowly working all of those Morghuls, Hulks, and the Syrenes down means that they get to just go out and cap whatever point they feel like. You do get a flip on the number 1 here. It's a pretty good job by Bonds to grab that, but he did lose the number 3 in return, so he's staying fairly close in terms of tickets, and I do have to give him some big kudos for the scrappiness, but you've got to have magic as the Vampire Coast. I didn't see a caster the entire game. It's kind of a big no-no. Coast benefits more than most factions from having casters on the field. Tide Call is good damage. Deep's Magic also has a Rotting Promethean summon. That would have been really good with this build, because you use the Rotting Promethean summon to buffer back the Skink Skirmishers. And then you have all of your pistol mobs just like blast all the Skinks and Saurus down while they're distracted. And I guess you could bring Silostra, because she can bring the Deep's Magic, and she gets a Dame Knight Errant summon, and that would have just absolutely crushed this Lizardman backline early on. You could have gone pedal to the metal pretty instantaneously. Aranessa is kind of good in a few matchups. I really don't think Lizardman is even close to being one of them. Lizards are going to go really wide on you. They're not going to bring single entities. And Spearfisher's Net is really better at single target snaring. It doesn't have an AoE radius. It is fairly short-lived. The idea behind Spearfisher's Net, you net something, and then you either shoot it to death with the hand cannons or the pistol mobs, get as much firepower on the target as possible, or use a big spell to just throw down and just absolutely blow something apart. Like Spearfisher's Net and Vangeist's Revenge is actually kind of a real combo. I've been hit by it before, and it does some pretty nasty damage. Let me show it to you for sake of argument, there's the coast. So if you want to go Aranessa, okay, fine. Put her on the Rotting Promethean. Bring Kraken's Bane. Kraken's Bane is one of the best things about her. I don't think we actually saw it either that game. All Hands Hoy and Manon's Luck are pretty mediocre. Manon's Luck would be better if it were like a 30-second duration. 15 seconds is too short, even on a 60-second cooldown. Melee defense and damage resistance is nice, but it's not really saving Aranessa all that much. She's got a low amount of HP anyways. She can't be healed either. Aranessa is a non-undead unit for all intents and purposes, so what's it called? Van Hell's? Not Van Hell's. Invocation and the Heck. Van Hell's is the melee attack buff. Invocation heals undead units. They have to have the undead tag, and Aranessa doesn't have it, so healing her is pointless. That's why you're almost always better going for Deep's Magic. You know, Tide Call Denizens, typically. If you really want to go crazy, though, you go Vangeist's Revenge, and you use Spearfisher's Net to grab infantry units, and then you just blow them apart with a spell. It's a really nice 1-2 combo. The snare is long enough at 18 seconds to guarantee that Vangeist is going to go off. It will absolutely destroy anything it hits. You can go with Taunt the Hunger on the Fleet Captain. I would not ever pay for the Rotting Promethean for this guy. I do like the Rotting Promethean for Aranessa, because she needs all the help she can get to stay on the field. And like I said, you really want Kraken's Bane, because it's giving a bonus versus large of 8. That's a lot of damage. Extra 5 melee attack at base regardless, so against Lizardmen who bring a lot of large stuff, the extra 8 bonus is pretty massive for all your polearm zombies, even for the baseline deckhand mobs. At 250 gold, these guys getting 8 bonus versus large means that they can beat down Feral Cold Ones, actually, because Feral Cold Ones don't have that many models. They've got really low melee defense. The extra 8 melee attack that you get, plus the extra 5 as well, you know, 8 plus 5, it gets added on to the melee attack in its totality. It really, this is about 30 against large targets. So, Cold One Riders, 28 melee attack, that 30 is looking pretty nice all of a sudden. You're getting over breakpoints for the Feral Cold Ones, you're hitting them pretty accurately, really wearing them down, as long as you're within the radius of this item. It gives you a little extra speed, too. If I'm not mistaken, Aranessa is about the same speed on the little crab. It's the fleet captains that benefit more. But yeah, just grab her, go with a bunch of baseline boys. You can get all the pistol mobs, get the hand cannons. If you want to, I do really think just hand gunners are all that you really need. The extra range is pretty indispensable. Lizards don't have a great way of poking these handgunners either. You just get a big line of handgunners and just blow apart any dinosaurs that might try to come in your way. Any big monsters, you just blast to pieces, and then even Saurus and Skinks can get hammered by these guys on the way in. They've got extra range to reach out over your front line safely. With this many gunnery mobs and this many handgunners all blasting away at the Lizardmen front line, they might not even touch you. It's a similar concept to going with Dark Shard spam as Dark Elves into the Lizardmen. Because honestly, just going for the super heavy missile play into the Lizards, just absolutely ruins them because they don't have durable enough infantry to get in. Like, HP-wise, these guys are durable, but the armor and the bronze shield is a bit of a letdown when you have to approach something scary. Like all these shooting lines that you can run into. You can run out of space as the Lizardmen to, like, pull back before your opponent takes over all the points, and then when you have to move in, your units are a little slow and they can take time to work into the right points. As long as you are careful with making sure that the lizardmen can't get their like feral cold ones around the flanks and onto the back of all your shooting. It's a pretty safe bet to just missile spam into them. They really can struggle quite tremendously with it. And look, you can even go for Morngul and a Scurvy Dog with this opener. You've got everything you need. I mean, Van Geist and Spearfisher's Net, just to blow up some Saurus. And then all the skinks you just blow apart with gunnery mobs. Stretch these guys out across all the points. And ruin your opponent's day. Morgul's come in, tear out some stuff. You can add some more sauce in here. I wouldn't really go mortars, carronades. I don't know about any of the artillery. Chameleon Stalkers are a little bit too good at killing the crews on those. You just go for a couple more Scurvy Dogs, a couple more Morngul's, or you can go one more Morngul. And Lamprey's Revenge, always a pretty strong unit. I don't think you need a deck gunner in reserve. I would go one regular depth guard, or honestly, you know what? Never mind. Just go double depth guard polearm. These guys can beat Saurus in a melee fight, thanks to their AP, good weapon strength, and solid stats overall. You don't really need the anti-infantry depth guard. Infantry swarms can be a little tough for Vampire Coast to deal with, but these guys are dual purpose enough that you can get away with just having them run around with a little bit of Morngul support to just tear out positions and bully your opponent a bit. And I don't know, I mean, I would add a few polearm mobs just into the reserve. If you don't have them up here in the starting army at the very least. You just throw them out onto the field. Because they're cheap, they offer some bonus versus large. Your opponent's not going to have a ton of mobility out early, so having the polearms in reserve to throw out once the actual proper units that they can trade into appear, I think is a pretty good idea. You can do like Bomber Bats, pretty solid here. Or really just mix and match with this 1800. You can do a little bit of experimenting with that. This is a pretty stable floor for an Aranessa type build, I would say. If you're not going to do that, then into Lizards you go Silostra, and honestly, I really like her on the Crab here. You just go Denizens and Tide Call. Get rid of Kiss of the Deep, it's not that good. Do bring Song of Enthrallment, because this lowers speed and melee attack by a lot for a decent duration, 90-second cooldown. Helps her pretty tremendously in the late game, where she can continue to rampage around and cause problems. Ghost of the Past is absolutely required. Never, ever, ever pass up on this. Best summon in the entire game. Just throw this out and just run down your opponent's entire backline with terror-causing, ethereal, armor-piercing cavalry. What's not to like, man? Feral Cold Ones are a really good pick against Coast. They are a good pick against Coast. They are good at cycle charging and getting onto the mobs of any and all kinds other than the polearms. That's why I do think the Aranessa pick has a little bit of sauce here, because that Kraken's Bane makes her able to like force decent trades against the Feral Cold Ones. And if you can clear the Feral Cold Ones without over-investing into running them down with like Mornguls and whatnot, then the Mornguls can actually beat up on the infantry and help you hold the points a little bit better. Those are just a few things to think about. And Silostra, you just build around her same as that Aranessa build, you just have different magic. Alright, let's go, Windows. Let's not do that. So Zarybdis, oh, Dirk is on... He's not on High Elves. Dirk is on Dowie, which is a big change. Most every other time I've seen Dirk play, it's been on the High Elves. So seeing him on the Dowie here, cannot pass this opportunity up. And Zarybdis is playing Norsca. Norsca is pretty ferocious. I mean, easily top 3 faction right now. They get away with a lot because of Bearmen. Bearmen are crazy durable for their price point.
But do not dismay. I trust in your skill and in our victory.
The 11,000 HP is pretty tough for a lot of factions to get through. 45 armor is not great, but not the worst. Way better than Marauders, for example. The extra 30 does give them some survivability that Marauders just don't have. And then, of course, the ITP. It means they never tear out. They don't even get affected by fear. They just don't care. They will fight on top of anything and everything. And that helps Norska because they've got lots of big monsters that can swarm in behind Bearmen, beat up on scary single entities, or they can bring out Skinwolves and just stuff the field with anti-large Skinwolves and durable infantry underneath them, who can scrap and just slowly accumulate value by having decent mobile support. Great weapon, Kurgan's coming in. Marauder Horseman throwing axes, grabbing the number 1, and both sides are going to just get into a stare-off here. Dowie do need to build up a little bit. They need this cannon to creep forward, actually, in my opinion. I would want it up to about here, honestly. It's on this nice blue line. And what you want to do to defend it is just have, like, a Dowie warrior in front of it. And then one of the miners with blasting charges on the flanks. And wherever your main formation goes, which is probably to the number 1, you just make sure you don't leave too many gaps for Norska to, like, close between. And that way the cannon crew is a little bit safer. And a pretty tough matchup to defend these things. I mean, Dreadmaws, Chimeras, heck, even, like, deep flanking Bearmen can be a problem. Norscan Ice Wolves, another unit that can get after these cannons. It's tough, man. They really don't want to ever get engaged on by Norska, because Norska's units do enough damage that they'll just absolutely melt the crew in a heartbeat. Now, I don't know about this Kurgan Horseman dive. I mean, it could work out. They do get the flank off, and they do honestly compromise the entire length of the cannon crew formation. I think they actually are just going to kill this cannon crew outright. Oh my god, man. Just mere moments of combat, and they've already gotten the pick there. How many of these guys are left? Only 8. Oh, they can't recrew all the pieces either. Wow. So 2 of those cannons could be recrewed, I believe. I think 4 models need to be alive to get back on the cannons. Beautiful rear charges with the Great Weapon Kurgans and Norscan Ice Wolves. Quarrelers getting absolutely destroyed here. And good retreats. Throwing axes, running away from some Dowie warriors. Didn't really do anything. Marauders on their back. Bearmen getting on the back of the Dwarf warriors over here who are trying to collapse on the Marauders. Throwing axes, chipping away at Felix. Honestly, a good target for them. They're accurate enough to hit foot characters pretty regularly. Chain Lightning goes down on the miners here. Not really all that useful. And Slayers are doing their best to clear whatever Norska has out on this formation. Miners and the Slayers doing pretty well. Quarrelers taking a beating, but they didn't get completely destroyed by the Chain Lightning. They're going to be able to poke in here against a lot of lightly armored targets, but I don't know if they're going to have enough firepower. There's a lot of Dowie hanging around on their own point, not really engaging in combat. We're going to see how things resolve out over here. I do think that the Dowie will get some decent trades over here. I don't think they're capturing this point anytime soon, though. Bearmen into Slayers is a pretty atrocious trade for Slayers. Bearmen just stay with that fight so well because of their massive HP pool. They're gonna charge Rage up, and they'll have the 10% Fizz Res and extra leadership and melee attack. Although that Blasting Charge Volley does some pretty ferocious damage, maybe the Dowie can start to outmuscle this. Felix is here. Felix is surviving. He took some pretty bad damage early, but the Chimera has not been able to get on top of him. And the Chimera doesn't really want to stay with Slayers. It does have immune to flanking, but Slayers have high enough, like, weapon strength that even the handful of guys that are actively hitting the Chimera can still do some pretty amazing damage to it through the 80 armor. Good charge, some more Narscan Ice Wolves, and they need to get away from the Slayers now. Ooh, this could be where Charybdis starts to lose out on the game. Continuing to commit lightly armored, large, mobile units on the Slayers. I mean, Narscan Ice Wolves are a great unit, but usually the value trading aspect of the Narscan Ice Wolves is from their ability to cycle charge units to death. Staying engaged in a prolonged fight against Slayers. They're bleeding a lot of value here, and they do break pretty early. And I would imagine these Slayers, yeah, they've paid for themselves already. They could sit here and just help grind down the Famir Warriors, which I don't think is a bad idea at all. Sail is dropping magic. He hasn't really done a whole lot with the magic, to be honest. Oh, the Miststalkers out here got absolutely hammered by something. Oh, probably the Grimdelvers. No, not Grimdelvers. Just the Quarrelers? Yeah, the Quarrelers shot up the Famir pretty badly, it looks like. Maybe also fighting on top of Slayers. Yeah, man, fighting on top of the Slayers is really doing Charybdis in. One is going down. Grimdelvers are about to be charged by the throwing axes. They're trying to get in because they want to shoot the Chimera off the Skyhammer Squadron, which is getting bullied pretty badly by the Chimera right now. It's really tough to use Skyhammer Squadron against Norska because all their flyers. If it's not Chaos Frost Dragons, then it's Chimeras bullying you. It's most likely going to be Chimeras right now. To be honest, Chimeras are way better than the Frost Dragons are. I'd like to see Chimeras get another small nerf, just lower their melee defense. Their melee defense is too high for something with immune to flanking. A lot of the other units that have this attribute have really abominable melee defense to make up for the fact that it's always active, which is actually kind of a big deal. Even if you're surrounded, you've got the melee defense. Normally, if a unit is surrounded, then they just get absolutely roasted by everything around them. Because you don't really even need melee attack at that point to hit accurately. Wrathmongers are an exception, but they're also a much slower unit than the Chimera. And they function a little bit differently anyways. Even those guys arguably need a slight reduction still. But yeah, I think Chaos Frost Dragons should just have slightly higher stats overall than the Chimeras. Right now, it's too even of a race. The Frost Dragons do have more HP, but I don't think the HP is all that... I don't think the HP is all that much of an improvement. Functionally, the Chimeras do the same job, but slightly more effectively. Chain Lightning, absolute disaster for Norska. They just deleted their own Marauder Berserker here. Honestly, this is why. Sometimes I don't even bother bringing magic against the Dowie. I don't know why you want to bring Chain Lightning when you can bring Kamina Cassandora. Dowie can get blobbed up on occasion, but they do a pretty good job of keeping to their formations, usually. And Comet, in my experience, is just better for hitting the back line and just getting good, like, shock damage on an expensive shooting piece like the Grimdelvers or onto Quarrelers. Then you can use your mobility to flank around the side and you get a much cleaner engagement on them. You run Chain Lightning and try to use it on Dowie frontline units, just gonna kill yourself, man. I mean, Dowie Warriors aren't even good in combat. Dowie Warriors are one of the worst frontline units in the game. I mean, they've got good melee defense, and that's wonderful. High leadership, also pretty amazing. But they have abysmal weapon strength and truly awful melee attack. I mean, these guys have been fighting all game. And they've gotten a whopping 200 value, and that's pretty normal for Dwarf Warriors. It is very rare that they pay for themselves. And Miners are even worse. You do not need to clear out the infantry, you need to kill the missile units of the Dowie. And then you could just use Marauder Berserkers to beat up on all of these Dowie warriors, and you would be just fine. Now, the dwarves were doing well, and Charybdis has had a few things go against him, but he's starting to grind back into this one. He's actually taking a value lead here. Miststalkers have really helped the Marauder Bearmen in a couple of fights. We got Great Weapon Bearmen on the field now. We got the Berserkers running rampant, doing some pretty good work in their own right. The Chimera killed the Skyhammer Squadron. If the Skyhammer Squadron had been out just to get bombing runs on these Berserkers, I think the Dowie would be pretty much okay. They are holding on to the points, though, I guess. I guess it's actually, you know what? Dowie are okay here. I just, you know what? I overestimated the position Norska was in, because they've got more units in a local advantage on the #1 point, but the Dowie have held it for so long here. Dowie have a very firm hold on the #3, and honestly, what they should do here, take these Doomseekers and just go right for that #2 objective back there. Your opponent's going to have to throw in, like, Fimir or Skinwolves to go after those Doomseekers, because infantry will just get completely destroyed by Doomseekers. Brutal fight. Marauder Berserkers, I guess, could maybe cost-effectively trade into them. Then you can just run some shooting forward. Skyhammer Squadron is not dead, actually. It's over here. Man. Okay, Dirk is doing a really good job of preserving his force. He's running away when he needs to, which is the big thing. He's got the Bearmen routing here. What does he need to do with the Skyhammer Squadron? Surely they've got bombs. Oh, they do. Yeah, just hit the Berserkers, man. Come on. Show me the money. Come on, do it. Skyhammer Squadron, bomb. Bomb, 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 bomb. Okay, we don't see the bombing run. We could see the bombing run over here. This is where you want to hit the Berserkers. You don't want to let them stuff your infantry off the point, because you need to cap this real quick so you can go for the #2 as well. Because Norska did get a pretty big objective lead early. Come on, man. This is why you bring the Skyhammer Squadron. Skyhammer Squadron bombs are way better than the shooting. Always use the bombs ASAP on blobbed up infantry, because you'll get about 1,200 value out of the bombing runs, if you're solid with them. If you're exceptionally well practiced with using the bombing runs, you can get 2,000 value just from these abilities. They just rip and tear through infantry. Dowie are going to grab the #1 here in a moment. The #2 is also about to be grabbed, and Doomseekers got hit by the Chimera Breath attack. Is disgusting. This does an obscene amount of damage still. The Doomseekers are the ones who took the brunt of that. I'm actually a little surprised that it's so effective against them, but live and learn, I guess. I mean, why not? Oh, and a late rally from some Norscan units grabbing the #3. Dowie didn't leave anything to defend that point. Maybe moved up a little too quickly. I mean, what I was envisioning for the Dowie was Doomseekers go to this point, attract aggro, send a couple units over here to grab this point, had miners and everything going over. You've got to leave stuff on points as dwarves. They can almost never abandon an objective. This might lose them the game. They've got a lot of pressure being stuck up back here. If they were holding the #3 here, they were able to break these units quickly, and then the Slayers could move forward, I think there would be a chance for the Dwarves to grab this before they ran out of time. But I think some slight mismanagement on the objectives has kind of cost our boy Dirk this game. It's tough, though, because, I mean, like I said, the Norskins are just that ferocious. Skyhammer Squadron getting active with the bombs earlier is also a big part of this equation. Like, I don't know why you're bombing this Bearman unit. They're basically dead already. Like, you're missing this over here. Press spacebar and see where big blobs of stuff are. Like, your opponent's stuff is going to be in red. Yours is going to be in green. So for the Dowie, you know, their bombers would just want to congregate over the biggest, like, concentration of little red dots. You just fly over the top of all these Bearmen, all these Kurgans, and you just drop 3 bombs on top of this, and the whole position would be dead. Cannon crew going down early is also super painful. Oh, Norska is so wild. It's hard to beat these guys. 1,300 on one of those Berserkers. Kurgans were mid. The Famir honestly didn't do all that much, but truth be told, about 1,900 value for Famir is a pretty good spot. Mistalkers, it'd be nice to see them do a little bit better, but yeah, they were tracking a lot of missile fire. And then occupying the attention of Slayers for an extended period, which meant the Bearmen able to get around the field and be a little bit more annoying, and it allowed the Chimera and Dreadmaw lots of room to work. Sail ended up not getting all that much value. I feel like Zarybdis definitely could change some of the units in this build, make it a little bit more effective. Like, the Kurgan Horsemen are great, but honestly, if you want my 2 bits on the whole matter, Norska, really all you want for mobility is these Ice Wolf Chariots. Ice Wolf Chariots have tons of mass. They have Frostbite, so they slow units down. Dowie are already slow. Hitting them with Frostbite and making them even slower is really hilarious. It means that Slayers and Doomseekers can't make it into combat as easily. And Ice Wolf Chariots do great damage to both those units. Obviously, they don't want to stay in a prolonged fight with either Doomseekers or Slayers. But Chariots don't want to stay in combat at all, period, anyways. So if your micro is good, you just have them rampaging around the battlefield, breaking up Quarrelers, and then when the Slayers and the Doomseekers are moving over to try and get on top of the Chariots, just run them away and go bully another part of the Dowie battle line. I think they provide a lot more utility than the Great Weapon Kurgans. They are a little more expensive, though. Your micro has to be a lot better. Kurgans can actually sit in combat because of devastating flanker. As soon as their charge bonus goes, you gotta pull them back, but they can definitely thump as long as they get in cleanly off of the flank or the rear of a unit. Infantry-wise, I think you don't really change anything. Maybe get rid of, like, 1 Berserker and get a Great Weapon champion in. I do really like the Marauder. I really love Great Weapons against Dowie. Like, yeah, you've got the Bearman Great Weapons, but heavily armored Great Weapons just make things a little bit cleaner in terms of sweeping up Dowie Warriors, because while Dowie Warriors are not good in combat, they can be annoyingly sticky because of their leadership. And Marauder Champions will take a Dowie Warrior and turn them inside out, and then use their innards to, like, beat up all the other Dowie that they run into. So these guys have 40 melee defense, and the Marauder Champions, yeah, they've got 35 melee attack, which seems low. They've got the rage buffs, though, and their weapon strength is crazy high. So even though they don't have, like, the best, most perfectly situated stats to deal with the Dowie Warriors, they don't take any damage in return because they have high melee defense in their own right. Dowie Warriors have 22 melee attack. Pretty abominable. Even against something like a Longbeard, they're not in much danger of being hit back against. And they can clear through any of the great weapon like Longbeards or whatever your opponent might throw out. Hammers are a little much for them to deal with. And they get wrecked by Doomseekers, but I think the utility of having just one of these guys is nice. Because they can also run down Dowie missile units, because Dowie missiles are really slow. They have like 28 foot speed for the most part. Rangers are a little different. They've got a little extra, but Quarrelers, Thunderers, they don't move quickly enough to get away from the great weapons, and these guys will rip those up too. And they're at 80 armor, which is a respectable amount for Norska. They don't have very heavily armored infantry, so having one that can hold up a little bit better under missile fire is nice. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back. we're back. Alright. Oh man, it's been a long freaking morning for me. I have not been feeling up to 100%. But I'm starting to feel it now. I've just been so freaking busy. My brain has been like, oh my god, going 1,000 miles a minute because, you know, I'm a teacher, so I've just got so much that I gotta juggle. And I'm a substitute teacher. So, you know, I'm filling in. Like, when you walk into, like, a classroom and you do not have rapport with students and you're trying to build that within an afternoon or, like, sometimes even less amount of time, it's brutal. They will give you a run for your money. So I've just been trying to find ways to decompress and take strain off my brain. And it's been pretty up and down. I've been pretty restless lately. This is starting to get me somewhere where I feel like I can, I'm getting a little bit of equilibrium back, though. Saturday is always a day that I look forward to, because I absolutely adore casting all of the new player tournament games. I really want to get back to a point where I have a little bit more time to play the game myself, because, last couple of weeks I've only had time for a handful of tournaments. Interesting. We've got a pretty old school Nurgle build here, actually. It's been a while since I've seen anybody doing the Mega Hero Squad for Nurgle. Look at this, though, from Jimmy. He's got... This is Peckless, I think. Or maybe it's not. Maybe he's on a horse. Teclis is really expensive with all his spells. No idea what he's on right now. Oh, he's on horseback.
We must cut them down. For Lilith, for the Phoenix Throne, for Alt One! Beautiful.
So Teclis is cool because he's got Sword of Teclis, which gives him infinite WOM. It's pretty crazy how good of a caster Teclis really is. He's got a really flexible spell kit too. Oh god, I wish I could show just his spell kit to you. It's a mixed lore. He's got Regrowth and Net for this battle here. He's got some other good stuff like Flock of Doom, and god, what's the other big spell that he's got? Is it Harmonic Convergence? He's got a pretty good buff spell. I can't remember if it's Harmonic Convergence or Barona's Time Warp. And they're not, like, amazing by any means. But there are a few matchups where they're actually pretty helpful. Khorne is one of them. Teclis into Khorne is still something that I'm surprised I don't see more of whenever I'm playing against High Elves. But, you know, that's neither here nor there for the purposes of this battle. Pretty light front line. Not that many infantry, just some Silver and Guard, 2 Silverins, a Spearman, and some Archers, and Storm Riders coming up. I love the Storm Riders pick. I was skeptical of this unit for a long time. I didn't really see the benefits of having them, but actually a Firewall moving Lothern Sea Guard is pretty incredible. At 800 gold, these guys also cause fear. They've got the really solid stats. They got a little bit of extra melee attack, which helps them beat up on some really cheap chaff infantry, like Marauders, for example. I don't know. You know, the High Elves have that with a lot of their ROR units, where on paper they really don't look to be all that impressive, but then in actual combat, the extra stats alone get them to like break points that most of their other infantry can't benefit from. Ooh, we got a net. Oh, huge net going down on the Sorcerer Lord. Oh my god, and the breath attack combos. Oh. Okay, he staggers a little bit. This Sorcerer Lord is really lucky that the Star Dragon didn't get a cleaner breath attack off on him. Because the Crown of Everlasting Conquest does imbue a fire weakness. That snare and the double breath attack could have just killed him outright, but If you're going to use the breath attacks on single entities, this is a real quick note. You want to be really close to the single entity. You want to be basically above them, because then the breath attack goes directly down on top of their head, and it's in a really concentrated area of effect, and it'll clear through them a lot better. Noxbringer's doing some damage, just poking away. Takes a little bit of poke from something. I'm not sure what exactly. It's not Teclis, because Teclis doesn't have any damage spells. Maybe the Moon Dragon and the Star Dragon tagged him with an attack or something. Lyrian Reaver, Bow Cavalry going after the throwing axes. Really good engagement for High Elves. Their Skirmish Cav are way better in melee into all of the Marauder Horseman variants, except for the Khorne variant. Khorne throwing axes actually can beat Illyrian Reaver archers in a head-to-head fight. Not all the time. There's a little bit of random luck to it, but the high weapon strength on the Khorne cavalry, combined with a really high charge bonus, does tend to make them a little bit better in the fight. Furies diving on top of the Storm Riders. Storm Riders are going to die here, probably. They're pretty beat up already. I don't see them lasting through all of this pressure, but High Elves are starting to really stomp the pretty small front line for the forces of Nurgle. I mean, they basically just brought some Marauders and Forsaken, and as good as Exalted Heroes are, I just don't know if they're going to be able to outlast the double Dragon build. Although if Teclis goes down, that could completely change it. Hamza is being really aggressive here with his characters, and Teclis is on foot here. He is in the wrong freaking neighborhood with all of these characters swarming him. Honestly, the best thing you could do right now is run Teclis back to this Silverhelm unit and use the Silverhelms to pin in those units. Lyrian Reaver's getting run off the field, and the Marauder Horsemen of Nurgle are hanging in there. The High Elves have the points. They've got a double cap. Silverhelms are spending a lot of time cleaning up a Marauder unit, which is not that great. Teclis gives himself a regrowth. You have got to bounce this Silverhelm out. These guys have the mass to pin in these Rotbeast characters. The Rotbeast characters for Nurgle are really vicious, but they have low mass. You have got to take advantage of that. You cannot let them swarm your character like this. Like, Teclis is not very good at running. He's not that fast. He's only got 84 speed. It's not that much quicker than the Rotbeast characters. They're at 75. Like, when they catch him and get poison on him, it's a rough bit of business for Teclis because he's not good in combat at all. Now, we've got Sisters of Avalorn chipping away now, but Teclis is terrified and running, and there's still no cavalry coming in to bail him out. I mean, we're not seeing anything from Jimmy in that respect, and starting to look a little dire. We've got Furies all over the field starting to rout archers and run down the Illyrian Reaver cav. Finally get some Silverhelms going after one of the characters, but Teclis dies. And the Double Dragon suddenly doesn't have any healing. Now they get some good damage off the Exalted Hero of Nurgle. The Chaos Sorcerer gets popped in the face here and is healing capped already. Or just about healing capped. A little bit shy of it, but really getting hammered here. Oh my goodness. This is going to be a fight down to the bitter end. I can already tell. This is a crazy close game already. If the Lords trade out, I will say that I think, considering the battlefield situation... Well, Jimmy just spent 1,100 on Oceanids. I was going to say he might just bring Teclis back in and save up for him, because he does have a decent amount of stuff on the field. And he does really need the dragons to feast here, but he did just get a snipe on his opponent's Lord. And the Noxbringer and the Exalted Heroes are honestly not doing amazingly in terms of HP. Noxbringer gets hit by the breath attack, a little bit of friendly fire. I wouldn't have used it personally. I'd have just had both dragons land on this big boy and just kill it in melee. I mean, it's weak enough as is. You just needed to get it crumbling. It starts crumbling now. We get a terror rout on an Exalted Hero of Nurgle. Huge there. But a triple cap from Nurgle. Number 1 objective taken, number 3 objective taken, and number 2 is also being held here. Silverhelms are routing. Are they going to get chased off the field, though? Marauder Horsemen need to do that. The Oceanids are chilling here. They need to get into the fight against the Pesties. Pestigors, Forsaken, and Nurglings. Very weak to Oceanids. Oceanids absolutely cracked against these chaff units with low melee defense. These guys have pretty bad melee attack. They get a decent bonus versus infantry. And they've got pretty good weapon strength overall. With perfect vigor and 55 melee defense, they take no damage from infantry whatsoever. And look at that. One Exalted Hero is shattered. The Sisters of Avalorn are fighting off the other Exalted Hero here. I would really like that Sister of Avalorn to come out. But the Dragons coming over, I think, is going to be enough. I mean, they immediately get terror outs and then leadership breaks on the Forsaken and the Pestigors. Nurglings might just crumble out here instantaneously with the Oceanids on their back. Another Pestigor gets absolutely flattened by the rallying Silverhelms. Brutal sandwich here. Oh, baby, that is money. Jimmy, after a rough opener, or really not a rough opener, his opener was solid enough. After a rough, like, 3 to 4 minutes, he's really finding his footing here, and he is getting a massive swing back in momentum. Enemy Lord is dead. Exalted Hero, last remaining Exalted Hero, is on his last legs too. Noxbringer's gone. Pestigors and Forsaken that were doing a lot of work on this number 1 objective just get absolutely schwacked. In record time too. That was like a 30-second engagement that went massively in the favor of the High Elves there. Silverhelm's getting some good value. Breath attacks have really been pretty mediocre, I would say, for Jimmy. Maybe, although it's better to use it than not use it, you know. I mean, you can't take it with you when the battle's over. Might as well get whatever value you can out of it. I'm not going to be too critical of that aspect of the play. Just that first net and breath attack combo, though, that one you definitely can refine on in a very easy way, which is just to position your dragons a lot closer to the character. They'll hit more reliably. The stagger will also be less likely to throw off the angle of their breath attack. So less of it misses and more of it makes contact. Bile Trolls are getting shot up by the Sisters of Avalorn, who got free when the Exalted Hero moved away. Dragons killed the character again, man. Oh my god. These, the Star Dragon and this Moon Dragon have been a nightmare for Nurgle. They have had absolutely zero answers to these big monsters, and they are just completely dunking the infantry now. Honestly, this is pretty peak High Elf play, you know? I love seeing some Goon Squad action with the High Elves. They love their big monsters. Why would you not use them either? They're so freaking cool. If it's not Arcane Phoenixes and the Omen of Asturion and Altharion, a simple and humble, maybe not so humble Star Dragon. I imagine the dragons that the High Elves use, they've also got a little bit of that signature look of superiority business going on with them. They're probably not very magnanimous. Rotting Riders come out, but it's too late for them, man. I mean, they've got no support on the field. This unit needed to come out immediately when you saw all the Star Dragons in the sky. Star Dragon and the Moon Dragon would have been pretty easily kept on the ground by the Rotting Riders. They can surround either of these models and pretty quickly pick it apart with their amazing combat stats. One of the best anti-large monsters cabinets in the game. Maybe even number 1, and not even close. The only one that I think might have competition with them is the Fireborn. Fireborn are pretty ferocious, but Fireborn don't cause terror routes. The Rotting Riders do. I guess the Fireborn are technically a standard cavalry unit. You know, Fireborn are a standard cavalry unit anyways. What am I talking about? In terms of the monstrous cav of the 32 models as opposed to 60, Rotting Riders are probably just period the best. I can't think of anything that comes close to the level of punching power that they offer. More more infantry getting absolutely steamrolled. When your opponent has big monsters like this and they're healthy and they're rampaging this hard, you just cannot bring infantry out onto the field. You have to commit to answers against these things. You need throwing axes, you need combat characters, you need your lord to be alive. If Nurgle had been able to secure the kill on Teclis with the Exalted Heroes and their Chaos Sorcerers just running around continuing to drop all the magic and stay alive, then I think Hamza would have a chance in this game. But the leadership penalty for Nurgle is just way worse than what the High Elves are going through. High Elf mobility and infantry, even if it's just like their Illyrian Reavers and Spearmen, have like 60, 70 leadership. Marauder Horsemen have 48 leadership. When your lord dies, it's a -16 at first, which is a full third of the leadership of Marauder Horsemen. Really tough to survive through. They probably just get run off the field when that happens. Even if they last through that, it's a -10 the rest of the entire game. -10 leadership on the 48 leadership is just... get it out of there. That unit is not going to get very cost-effective trades. Unless you play pretty perfectly with them. I think the Noxbringer actually ended up being the problem here. I think you went so hard into the combat characters of the heroes, the Exalted Heroes specifically, that the Noxbringer was a little bit much, and then it didn't really have any targets to shoot at, right? I mean, I guess it could have shot the Silverins and the Archers, did shoot the Storm Riders a little bit. It's just not that good against the dragons, though. And you could have cut this thing, and it's 1950 gold. You could cut the Noxbringer and one of the Marauders and just have the Rotting Riders out instantaneously, or you can cut the Noxbringer and open up with quad horsemen. Because the cost of the Noxbringer, you can get 3 horsemen, and then you just cut the Forsaken, get another horseman, and then maybe cut a Marauder, and I think with the remaining gold, you can get 1 Pestigore out. And then you've still got cap weight on the field. You've got Skirmish Cav. Skirmish Cav would have been tough for this build to deal with, because the Marauder Horsemen could have run in and started bullying the Archers with their throwing axes, because Nurgle throwing horsemen have a shield. They have extra HP. With heals from their lord, just using Stream of Corruption to also whittle down the Archers. You get rid of the Archers and stay away from Illyrian Reaver Cav. Should be fairly doable with like Furies and the Rotting Riders coming out early. To then just ride around and throw axes at the Star Dragons all game. And then your hero core can just stay conservative and try and dive Teclis if he's ever out of position. I mean, to be honest, Hamza did a great job in that respect. He killed Teclis pretty early in the game. He just didn't have the tools for these big boys. 3,000 and 3,500 on those dragons is wild value. That's money, man. Also open his... Thank you. I would love to play with some more Khorne. They're never going to be the top tier faction, but I'm okay with that. I love Khorne. Funniest, most... probably the most fair faction in the entire game. Khorne will alternate between completely dunking on you and then turning into a total pumpkin in the next game sometimes. They're a pretty entertaining faction to watch. Look at this Wood Elf build with all the Stag Knights. Against Grand Cathay? Is this really what you want to do against Grand Cathay, though? I don't know about this. Galju is a good player, though. We'll see if he's able to make this build work. Double Fire Rain Rocket Battery for Crystal Scar is an interesting choice. That's a lot of missiles to defend. I mean, you got the Jade Warrior crossbows and everything. And you know, Zhao is a really great character.
Battle! is a stone on the path to enlightenment. Let your spirit soar!
Thank you, Zhao. Anyways, he is a little expensive, though. And you're playing into the Wood Elves. And Wood Elves have a lot of snares, because, well, I shouldn't say they have a lot of snares. They have a great snare with Pravenoth Rama. Really accurate archers and a lot of AP shooting means that characters like Zhao Ming can get absolutely flattened in record time just by getting netted and then shot to bits by Way Watchers or even Glade Guard. Glade Guard are accurate enough to also blow up a lord or character. Way Stalkers moving in. We do have double arrow of Kurnus. I guess it's not restricted for this tournament. One went down trying to kill models in the Fire Rain rocket battery. Hold on, I gotta close Chrome for a second, guys. I can already see it starting to tank my computer performance. It's been really consistent ever since I updated Windows 11. But anyways, another arrow of Kurnus goes down. Normally, it's very consistent at killing the actual models on the cannons and artillery pieces. Fire Rain rockets, though, are just walking away. Looking alright. I don't know if they have more HP than other artillery pieces. Initial read, it seems like maybe they do. First shot misses. Crystal Scar definitely wants to get some good value out of these Fire Rain rockets. The whole reason you bring him is so you can just blast apart your opponent's missile line. But Galju grabs the points, and he's got Wildwood Rangers who have Stalk here. Just kind of creeping around, waiting for their opportunity. And you can see some Grand Cathay units looking to push up to the number 3. Honestly, what I would have done is be even more aggressive with the Wildwood Rangers. I would have tried to get them up into the trees here. Because they get up into those trees, and they can use their Stalk and Woodsman and ITP to just, like, avoid getting routed easily in the forest here. And Jade Lancers are not going to be able to cleanly fight against the Wildwood Rangers. The Wildwood Rangers are going to be able to just continue pushing through quickly because of their ability to pass through trees. While the Jade Lancers will lose melee attack and speed in the forest. It's going to be a whole mess trying to fight in there for Grand Cathay. Really good value right now for the Wood Elves. They're doing a great job of out-skirmishing Grand Cathay. And it looks like Arrow of Kurnus actually did kill all the Fire Rain rockets. It looks like the follow-up Arrow of Kurnuses were able to clear the artillery pieces. So I guess the Cathay artillery has slightly more HP. Kind of wild. I wish I had seen them get the 1-2 on those things. So there's one artillery piece left here. It's going to get some good damage against the Glade Guard, assuredly, now that they've come out of the trees. Although, pretty decent dodging from Galju, all things considered. Now, there's a nice little volley there that's definitely getting some good damage done. We get a nice Fire Breath there, or Dragon's Breath, sorry, on the Glade Guard. One of the best light armor clearing spells in the entire game. Upgraded, it does 42 damage. No AP, but that's pretty wicked stuff against 15 armor. And especially with the intensity boost. See, normally it's 21 damage, but because of the mastery of the elemental winds and the presence of this alchemist, you are getting a slightly stronger version of this, and that can make all the difference for actually killing models in a unit, which for clearing out Glade Guard is really important, because lowering HP on shooting units doesn't really matter all that much to them. Once you start actually killing models in these units, though, that's where it gets really tricky for them, because then their firepower is lower. And they'll be able to use all the ammo their unit comes with, but it'll be such a low, slow pace of progress that's really not going to be all that great for you as the High Elves, or as the Wood Elves at that point. We do get a good engagement from the Stag Knights. They get right into the Jade Lancers and are keeping these Glade Guard upright. Glade Riders over here pursuing pretty deep against these Jade Lancers. Gonna get shot to death and stuck up on the Jade Warriors, but I would say it's worth it just to keep these guys off your shooting. Glade Guard can reconstitute their firing line here, and look at the Jade Lancers actually running away. Brutal break for the Grand Cathay forces, but another nice Dragon Breath to clear out more Glade Guard. The Fire Raid Rocket continues its rampage. It is really starting to add up. 1,200 value. It doesn't even have Harmony or anything. And it is still laying into the Glade Guard line here. Ruining them right now. While Hunters of Kurnus are fighting Onyx Croman and a Jade Lancer, not really the best fight for them. And some rallying Peasant Horsemen are going after him. You got Jade Warrior Crossbows looking real healthy. And, whoops. Starting to blast away at the Wildwood Rangers. Wildwood Rangers are a great unit, but only if they can get into melee combat, and they're really vulnerable against shooting because they have no armor and no shield of any kind. Oof. Arrow of Kurnus goes down to the Jade Warrior Crossbows, gets some good damage, kills some models. Waystalker some decent value, but the Fire Rain Rocket continuing to cause issues. Wood Elves are looking flimsy. Oh man, these Dragon Breaths are devastating. I mean, Zhao Ming is looking pretty beat up though, and Stag Knights have him surrounded right now. Got the Onyx Croman coming in to try and peel for him. Ooh, and he gets his heal off. Huge Burning Vambraces. Also gets the damage resistance from that for another 12 seconds. Yeah, 10. And counting, so he's actually going to be able to help clear the Stag Knight, I think. Wow, big win for Zhao. Massive, massive work done by him. Spellsinger with the Shadows magic is running around. It looks like Cathay is starting to get swept up on the other side of the field, though, now. I think they're not going to be able to defend both sides. Cathay was looking a little rough over here, and then Zhao moves over and starts to bail them out. And they were doing the same over here on this side for a little bit, but now Wood Elves are up on this #1 objective. Wild Hunters of Kurnus have gone down, but they still got okay value. There's a very healthy Stag Knight running around the field, sweeping up a lot of the Jade Lancers that remain. Still a few Glade Guard as well to poke away. And it's mostly Peasant Horsemen and Onyx Croman on the field. There's a few crossbows left. These guys are pretty healthy. This one's pretty beat up, but it is functional with 50 models. God, this is just a brutal match. Everybody is getting absolutely blasted here. Values are dead even right now. Ooh, Zhao Ming finds the Glade Lord out in the open. She's a really good duelist. She's got great stats on the Stag. Christmas Cav are definitely pretty good for mounts. I just don't know if she's got the HP to out-duel Zhao here, because he is also pretty good in melee combat. He's got a lot more weapon strength at the very least. He's going to hit every now and then and do a little bit more than this character here, who will hit a little more consistently otherwise. Onyx Croman rallying back, trying to stay aggressive, just landing on some Stag Knights and doing some damage. Stag Knight over here with about 800 value. What is the Wood Elf plan here? Are they just happy with their 1 cap? Looks like they're going to engage on the Zhao. Ooh, that's going to be a decent Searing Doom. Yeah, nice damage on the Stag Knights from Searing Doom, actually. I was wondering why we were seeing the Alchemist with an actual spell kit. Normally, you just put them in here for the Mastery, especially against a faction that's very vulnerable to Dragon's Breath, but it's working out really nice. Oh, and the Stag Knights routing. Oh, Terror Route from Zhao. Huge win. Oh, for Cathay. Oh, man. Oh, and the net, you know, I mean, cheeky, but there's nothing to follow that up. All the Glade Guard are dead. That Fire Rain Rocket reigned supreme. It did a lot of work. How to avoid getting roasted by Arrow of Kurnus when you bring artillery. Just bring more artillery, duh, apparently. Glade Riders get a nice engagement on the crossbows. The crossbows have mostly paid for themselves, which is nice, and one of them out here is really healthy. And it's going to cause a lot of problems for the Wood Elves, because they are not armored in the least. 80 armor on the Jade Warrior crossbows is pretty hard for baseline Glade Guard to deal with. They just cannot outshoot that at all. If you add a bunch of Starfire shafts, then you could definitely do it, but not with the current setup. Zhao is really low. And he hasn't gotten tremendous value, but see his Dragon Breaths still providing pretty steady incremental value. You know, about 100, 150 with each cast. Longma Riders coming in against the Dryads and actually hammer home a pretty good charge. I do really enjoy Longmas. I wish they were a little bit stronger. I think they could do with a slight buff to melee attack and melee defense. But they are pretty cost effective as is. I guess they don't really need changes. Flyers are always on this borderline between being useless and OP. Because they always get to choose their fights against ground units, but they can get stuck and there's some weird animation jank. I'm really hoping that Warhammer 40k makes Flyers a little bit more of a well-rounded type of unit archetype. Right now, I would say they're a little gimmicky, and not for the better. Some weirdness with like pursuing in the skies and units not being able to hit things that are running away from them. Maybe with a new engine, Creative Assembly is able to make flying combat a little bit more dynamic than the way it works now. You can just kind of tell that this engine was not designed for flying units, and that this is kind of like well done over the top of that, but still shows the cracks in the foundation. Just all mobility in the back is actually kind of awesome. I like it. Crystal Scar, the super fun Grand Cathay build here, just absolutely bullies the Wood Elves in their Stag Knight play. I mean, one of the Stag Knights did pretty good, but this is what I was worried about, is bringing so many. They're just not going to do that well. Thank you, Windows. I get it. Are you done? Apparently not. Okay, give me a second, guys. I need to disable all my notifications again, or we're going to be listening to this the entire stream. Okay, that should work for now. I'm gonna have to turn that back on. I don't want it to be off all the time. I wish Windows 11 pisses me off so bad. Anyways, let's find us a nice game here. We got Crystal Scar. We could watch him again. I would like to see something a little different, though. Oh, okay. thank God. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Oh my God, dude. Finally. Here we go. Now I 100% have it set up. Okay. Let's take a minute and go look at bracket and see where we're at. We're pretty deep into the tournament already. It's actually going by pretty quickly, which is pretty fun to see. I do like it when people get through and get their games done and out of the way. And maybe we'll have a little bit more time to get through the finals and have a little bit more time to do some of the bracket side of things. I think we are going to watch this Empire game. I do really want to watch Captain Muffin on the Empire. So I've seen him play Nurgle plenty of times. He's a really good Nurgle player. Not really all that familiar with his Empire. So maybe he's got game, maybe he doesn't. Fairly similar build from Crystal Scar that we saw last time. Instead of the Fire Rain Rockets, it's Crane Gunners this time, though. No speech? Really? Okay. Whack. Normally somebody's giving a speech, but instead we just get eerie silence. Alright, Balthazar Gelt is up on his Pegasus. He's got Searing Doom and Final Transmutation. Super affordable Lord. Really great character. Very strong against Cathay because you can just drop Searing Doom on top of all their cav and just nuke them out of existence. And a lot of mastery of the elemental winds coming in. Dragon Breath is up 30% in intensity already. You can bring a Wooshing War Compass as well. And then you can get, I believe, 45% boost to stuff like Dragon's Breath and Searing Doom, which is pretty hilarious to see. Final Transmutation is also going to be super boosted. You can see here, it's doing a substantial amount of extra damage. You could probably one-shot Balthazar with an Overcast Final Transmutation, in fact. Maybe not one-shot him. He'd be down to, like, 1,500 HP, potentially, though. Depends on the rolls. You know, it is a little bit random as to how much damage each tick does of Final Transmutation, but generally speaking, it's at the minimum, at base, taking, like, 2,000 HP off of single entities. That's just the normal cast version. If you overcast it and get really vicious with the spell boosting, who knows where it stops. I'm curious to see if it goes off and gets our boy here. Empire's playing real passive. I mean, they capped number 1, which is nice, but they haven't moved an inch out of their starting block, basically. I mean, just move up to the reverse side of the slope, and they're just hanging out. They're waiting to probably bring out a bunch of cavalry, would be my guess. Oh, no, they're bringing the Sunmaker in. Ooh, that's a really good call. I like it. Captain Muffin. A good artillery piece to come in. Maybe it's going to be a bit of a reverse situation from what Crystal Scar was experiencing last game. Lucky that the first volley from the Sunmaker misses here. When you can see the silver bullets hiding, and the Onyx Crowmen want to come in and stop the Sunmaker from getting its ammo used up. Oh, the silver bullets are going to get a brutal volley off on these guys. Ooh. Yeah, nice accurate fire, and looks like the Onyx Crowmen are going to try and peel out, but they're a little deep set. War Wagons can probably help escort them the rest of the way out. Sunmaker, follow-up shots. It's been a little inaccurate, but it's getting some pretty effective damage in there. It's got about 550 value already. Come on, come on. I would probably swap targets. I'd actually try and shoot the Crane Gunners. Sunmaker is very effective against Crane Gunners, actually. Ooh, and that is a beautiful Dragon's Breath on the silver bullets there. And Zhao Ming getting shot to bits, though, for his efforts. Really not a great dive back here from Crystal Scar. This is a pretty common mistake that you see. especially as people are learning the game and trying to figure out what they need to do to get after artillery. Honestly, the best thing that you could do as Grand Cathay right now is go control the #1 objective, and honestly, push all your Jade Warriors up in a line and just start stuffing the Empire back. Their state troopers are never going to beat Jade Warriors, and you can just have your crossbows just poke away at whatever they can back here. You just play as close in against the Empire without overextending into their backline as you can. You just try and keep them off the #1. You just play for a triple cap and an objective point win. You never, ever, ever dive with your Lord like this. Against a good player, it'll always end in catastrophe. That's a really nice final transmutation, but a good separation from the war wagons for the most part. End up not taking all that much damage. It was a non-overcasted form of final transmutation as well. Alchemist's a little stuck up on the Empire Knights. Empire Knights are getting dragged to their doom here, potentially. They're going really deep for trying to get after Zhao Ming, which is not really a target that they're going to do that well against anyways. Sunmaker actually getting bullied a little bit. Looks like that Onyx Chroman dive did some pretty ruinous damage to the artillery crew. Not looking too good. They got 1250 value. They might be able to recrew that artillery piece. And looks like one of the some of the volleys went onto the crane gunners. I would imagine that's how they got so much value with just a couple shots. Still got about half their ammo. Oh, they really need to rally. I don't know why they haven't already. Looks like they finally do. There's 13 of these guys left. They can get on and recruit 3 of those models, I think. Get right back to the shooting. Empire does have the #1. They did move some spearmen over. The peasant horsemen got off that point, I think, looking to go deep into the backline and maybe help follow through to finish up the Sunmaker crew, but getting cold feet now that there's Empire Knights interposing themselves. A lot of Onyx Chroman to get after this Empire Knight unit. A lot of War Wagon fire to contend with, though. And the Silver Bullets got blasted by that Dragon's Breath, but they still have 56 models, so a little bit of firepower to offer, nonetheless. Sirloin's Revenge getting hit. They've got some pretty good value. Zhao has gotten his Burning Vambrace's heal. He only gets one use of that. Him moving back in here, another big mistake. I know you got this big combat character and you want to use them, but your opponent went really heavy into answers for stuff like this. So, best thing you can do is just keep him back and just hope that you can survive long enough for the late game when your opponent has used all their magic and there's less shooting on the field, and then he can come in and start to really get some good work done. Going down here, this is going to be a rough position for Cathay to grind out of. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Oh, they actually crew all of the artillery pieces. So it looks like they only need 3 guys on each one. So they have just enough to be able to get them all ready to go. Oh, and the crane gunners. Yep, starting to take some damage from the Sunmaker fire. If they can get one really well-centered volley, then they might even break, because Lord Died Recently penalty is really hurting that 50 leadership that they have at base. And yeah, look at that. Jade Lancers going in deep, in the War Wagon Goon Squad, they actually just run in and roadblock with their mass, which is such a smart play by Muffin, because right now he is massively out-trading Cathay at range. I mean, he's blasted all of the crane gunners off the field just about. This one ain't rallying anytime soon. The other is very low. The Jade Warriors will be tough, but we do have Balthazar Gelt with Searing Doom, and I'm sure he's got a decent number of those left. Sunmaker uses all its ammo. Last shot goes a little wide. Actually, it's got one more shot, actually. How many times am I going to say actually? I'm going to say it like 50 times this stream. I'm prohibiting myself from using it ever again. I'm saying it right now. We're getting hyperbolic, folks. Final shots coming in here. And yeah, they don't make great contact. Sunmaker gets 2,500 value, though. I mean, it's pretty impressive. More importantly, over here, you got a bunch of Onyx Chroman and Jade Lancers just in a hopeless fight. I mean, they were fighting way too much. Empire Knights are here. Demogryph Knights. Demogryph Knight without the halberd. Just the lances, which is kind of cool. Shot cavalry are pretty good against Cathay, so I do like mixing in a non-anti-large demigryph. I don't know if it's really all that necessary, but maybe he just didn't have quite enough money for the build. So he just decided, hey, I'll try these guys out and just see how it does. Demogryph Knight halberds will definitely destroy Jade Lancers in a fight. Especially with Empire Knight support. Empire does need to start thinking about getting some of these caps, though. I mean, Sunmaker is unsummoned. I have a lot of shooting, and you can see, I mean, this is what I was pretty certain of. I mean, Jade Warriors just beat any and all State Troopers, especially Spearmen. Spearmen suck against Jade Warriors. Not a fair fight at all. The Jade Warriors are a little worse for wear. Some of them have been hit by some of the artillery shots. It's going to be pretty hard to get coverage onto all these points for Scar, seeing how far down he is. Number 1 objective will be retaken pretty quickly. Same with the number 2. I can't envision this being an easy hold. Ooh, and the grenade launcher's coming up. Now, there's decent armor on the Jade Warriors. They will survive some of the grenade launcher volleys. It won't be quite as catastrophic as, say, like a Marauder getting hit by these, but it's going to be pretty painful nonetheless. We've got Zhao Ming making his way back out, and there are 2 crossbows left. Now, these crossbows, oh my god, look at the crossbows melting the grenade launchers. I think Muffin might have committed these too early. Get these guys back, and get some more knights out. A couple Empire Knights would be really useful to have right about now, because they could run around and cycle charge down the Jade Warriors and the crossbows alike. Do get a nice double cap for the Empire, and maybe even a triple cap. Cathay is massively over pursuing the Spearman unit off the point with the Jade Warrior. You gotta keep your harmony up, you gotta keep your units in position, and Cathay is failing at that right now. This could be how they lose the game. Even though they got some pretty good damage off on the grenade launchers, the grenade launchers are not dead, and they are rallying. They can get back in here and start to bully. Honestly, just go out here and just blow up this Jade Warrior. Good Dragon Breath. You can see it does good damage. Even to lightly armored cavalry. These guys get blasted, and they're not looking too hot. Right now, they're, well, actually, I guess they're scorching hot after that magic, but value-wise, they really haven't been very high impact. They're slowly whittling some units down. Good damage on the Alchemist. Silver Bullets actually get in here and blast this guy apart. Getting really low, and another brutal final transmutation going down from Balthazar Gelt. He's got 1,000 value. It could be a little bit better, but, you know, nothing atrocious there. Heal from Burning Vambraces goes off for our boy Zhao. War Wagons continuing to poke him, though. And they are all sauced to the gills on value right now. Ooh-wee. All of them hovering around that 1,000 value range. They cost 875, I believe. Demogryph Knight Halberds going after the Crane Gunners. Crane Gunners got nothing done this game. I guess this one's got an 800 value, but you need Crane Gunners to use all their ammo and get close to like 23, 2400 value before you're talking about them being a truly high impact unit. They're very flimsy. They lose you a lot of battlefield momentum for their price point because they just can't get up on points and do anything. They've got like no capture weight for what they offer because you just don't want them sitting on a point where they potentially get caught in melee fights. The Jade Warrior crossbows have been pretty damn good this game. I will say, despite being countered pretty heavily by the Sunmaker, a couple of them that are still out here on the field have gotten respectable value. It's not bad. It's just a bit of a shame that Cathay didn't play the points very hard. They definitely fumbled not capping out here early on. They could have. They could have pushed the War Wagons back. Muffin showed that he was willing to give up that space just to protect the Sunmaker. You use your Peasant Horseman and like a Jade Warrior to grab that number 1 and just keep Spearmen off of it. You're pretty golden here in the late game, otherwise, I would say. I think Scar would probably have enough to be winning on this number 3 objective alone now, if he had gotten that cap early. Instead, he's out here throwing everything at the wall. He's evened up the value a little bit, though. I will say that the effect that the Jade Warriors have had on clearing out the Empire State Troopers, honestly, has been pretty indispensable. And now Peasant Horsemen are going for the number 2 objective here. Empire Knights are not going to want to run away. They cannot escape all this. Got Swordsmen, you got Spearmen moving in. War Wagons have all gone down now. That's a huge loss of momentum for the Empire. I honestly don't know if they survived that. I mean, they were mostly out of ammo. I mean, only one of them has really any left. Nevertheless, oh man, owie. You know what? Balthazar Gelt, he's really not been all that good. 1,000 value is not enough from your Metalcaster. You need a little bit more. I'm wondering maybe if a Steam Tank Commander wouldn't be a better choice than War Wagons. You get a Master Engineer, you get the Sunmaker to shoot Crane Gunners who can kind of punch through his directional shield. And then you use the Master Engineer to just like run down all of these like Jade Warriors and crossbows. A little bit like what Empire does against the Dowie, where I feel like the stank is pretty hard for the Dowie to stop. I think Cathay would also similarly struggle, because they don't want to surround Master Engineer on the Steam Tank with Jade Lancers or Peasant Horsemen because of Pigeon Bombs. Plus, you can bring a super cheap Metalcaster just to drop Searing Doom as well and clear more cavalry that way. Or you can go for my favorite combo, which is Lifecaster to heal a mechanical machine. Pretty cheesy and gimmicky, but worthwhile for the Empire, because Empire really benefits from having Terror available to them, especially against otherwise stalwart infantry factions, which compared to the Empire is pretty much everybody. State Troopers are some of the worst infantry in the game. The only real benefit of State Troopers is their price point. Look at them run with most of their HP. I mean, this unit has lost about, what, 1,300? 1,500 HP, and they're just running for their lives, man. Balthazar Gelt ran off the field. The leadership is in the absolute toilet for the Empire, and Scar with a crazy late-game comeback. Oh my goodness. Wow. Dude, honestly, Zhao Ming, this second summon around, once the War Wagons ran out of ammo, this Dragon Breaths and then the Terror Routes, massive, dude. 2,900 for our boy Zhao. He did have to get summoned twice, but hey, I mean, Distraction Carnifex does Distraction Carnifex things. Wild business. What is the Empire missing here? I think the grenade launchers are really hopeful. I think that's too much. I think since you're bringing the Sunmaker, leave the Outriders off the table. There are a lot of things that can run them down from the Grand Cathay side of things. I actually think just having a couple more Empire Knights would be better for you. Because the Empire just got outmuscled in the mobility game eventually. Because Cathay just went, like, super heavy into that in their reinforcement pool. Empire couldn't quite decide what they wanted to do here, I think. And they paid the price for it. Good game, though, from Muffin. Especially considering that these are probably some of his first and only games on Empire, as far as I know. Huge kudos to him for giving his opponent a run for his money there. I really hope Jimmy gets the W here as well. He's really been working for it hard with the High Elves. What's up, the spoiler? Sorry for getting back to chat a little late. I just closed Chrome because it wants to eat all my RAM. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm not letting it happen. This is a top-tier matchup right here. Jimmy versus BotBot, and is this Karadrin? That is Karadrin. Oh, baby. Ooh, and he's on his Phoenix. So, here's what's going to happen with this game. Either BotBot and Isaurus walk down the High Elves, and they just beat down all the ship's company and find a way to clear the archers. Or Karadrin flies in, and with the Metal Archmage here, does have Final Transmutation. They snipe Mazda Mundi and the Solar Engine early, and then they just slowly grind down everything else. Ooh, and a Light Mage? Really? Oh, with Book of Hoeth and Starwood Staff. That's a really good call. Karadrin getting poked a little bit. Not that big of a deal. He's got a good HP pool. It's reasonably survivable. Does he have... He doesn't have his, Mortis Engine effects. I mean, I guess that's fair. He does have to get to 25% HP before it procs. I mean, kind of hard to use it. And he's got to be grounded for it, so it makes sense that he doesn't have it here, actually. Ship's company get blasted by a solar engine shot. And we've got the Lizardmen just going for the points. Definitely want to send the Saurus in to engage the ship's company. I would actually hold the Skink's ammo here for the company of the Calendarian. They don't have a lot of armor and they don't have a shield, so really good target for the cohort fire. And the Saurus will beat a ship's company anyways. Reasonably even stats, but a huge disparity in HP and weapon strength means Saurus just win this easy peasy. Yeah, this is wasted ammo. Just little things like this can be cleaned up on. Make sure you get your shots onto better targets. There's no reason to be shooting the ship's company here. Silverhelm's getting into the Chameleon Skinks and Skink Skirmishers, but Sorcerer nearby and able to buff them back pretty quickly, so Chameleons only lose 5 models, nothing too bad for them. Good follow-up shot, blasting this poor guy off his horse and pile driving him into the ground back there. Good final transmutation. Really well placed on Mazda, and he runs right into the solar engine. Like I said, I was a little afraid of that happening for the Lizardmen. Now, he hasn't committed to a fight, though, and Mazda is going to heal himself up with Apo. Elves are not being aggressive enough here with that engagement. Being strangely passive about it. Lion Chariots get in, and they do run the Saurus down, and they're going to get into the Skink cohorts, and Karadrin of the rear charge actually instantly terror routes these Skink cohorts. Fat out on the flank here. Feral Cold Ones into Silverhelms. Really good fight for the Feral Cold Ones. Normally, at least, they are getting folded up a little bit here, but a lot of that has to do with the Rahagrad's Pride and the Mighty Roar. It's actually broken the leadership on the Feral Cold Ones, and the Swords are a little out of position, not quite able to get good, a good focus on the Silverhelms right now. Karadrin lands in here, and the Eagle's gonna land here too? No, just flying around, waiting for an opportunity still. Ooh, Lion Chariots get real deep, get netted, and Colossadon Hunters come in. Really nice 1-2 punch there from the Lizards. Lion Chariots are really annoying. Definitely don't want them killing all your Saurus, so finding a really good engagement here with your Specialist Anti-Large tool just to shut them down is pretty gigantic. Although, the Chariots still have 3 models, and the Colossadon Hunters route, no, and the Saurus too. Oh, and Karadrin is going to kill Mazda Mundi here. Oh, God. What is this? Yeah, Arcane and Forging. That's gonna do a decent amount of damage to Caradhran. Salamander hunting packs are nearby, but look at Rahag's Pride all over them. And the Skirmisher Corps is not providing a lot of assistance right now. They're doing their best, but honestly, the Lizardmen frontline, I think, may have been a little too flimsy. Not enough cohorts. And the Saurus, by hook and by crook, have been dragged down or pulled out of position. This Saurus is just wandering around a bunch of archers and ship's company. What's the Archer Corps doing? Yeah, they've got some pretty good value here. Archer's really blasting these Ripperdactyls apart. Ooh, Caradhran does not get the kill. Caradhran actually breaks here. 200 HP left on our boy. He only got 750 value. That is a brutal down trade. Oof. Lyran Reavers swarming some Feral Cold Ones, and the Storm Riders are kind of hanging in here, but now Skink Skirmishers could end up being a bit of a problem in the late game. Rippers and the Saurus being as disappointing as they have been, though, is definitely a bit of an issue. Colossadon Hunters, though, even though they broke earlier, only lost one model, and now they're getting Appos from Mazda. And they're dragging down the Rahagra's Pride, and this ship's company is not going to be able to finish any of these units here. Colden Spear Riders coming up. Great counter to Silverhelms. This is where the Lizardmen can really start to outmuscle Jimmy, I think. If they just get a couple more Colden Spear Riders in the field, they should have all the answers that they need. Final Change Mutation is basically either going to make or break this for the High Elves. They get a beautiful one off. Colossadon Hunters get hit. Mazda gets hit. But Mazda's going to move away from the Solar Engine. Solar Engine's going to be spared a good 4 or 5 seconds of that. And Mazda does survive. Start healing the bad boy up. And Silverhelms against Spear Riders. With Solar Engine hammering them and blinding them, lowering their stats to 12 melee attack and melee defense, no thanks. Easy win for the Lizards here, potentially. Ooh, but a Searing Doom. Definitely going to even that fight up. With a Warlion of Trace into the flank of these Spear Riders. Those guys are going to be going down here. Jimmy is holding on for dear freaking life. He is trying so hard to kill Mazda. Mazda is just not giving up the ghost, though. He's got both his Banishments and Ruination of Cities left as well. Low on HP, though, is really tricky. He can't really move up into the Archers. He's got Missile Res, yeah, but I don't know if he's got any more Appos. Probably like 1 or 2. Just to get him up to about... If you can get Mazda here up to about 3,000 HP, that would be the safe zone for him, I would say. Then you just move him forward and start dropping his Banishments and Ruination, and you grab all the points back, hopefully. It's going to be tricky. Jimmy does have the value lead, and there's no infantry presence for the Lizardmen, really. They've got one Skink cohort. Not that the High Elves have that much more infantry presence. They've got a ship's company and a few archers. Something to hang on to the points at least. Skinks are just too flimsy to hold points. They use their ammo and then they get unsummoned. These archers, at the very least, if they use all their ammo, you can just like leave them on the point as bait, I guess. I would stop fighting out in the open field. These Silverhelms are just not working right now. They just keep getting blasted by magic and by Feral Cold Ones diving all over them. Salamanders, a lot wearing them out. Feral Cold Ones get deleted by that Searing Doom, and Chameleon Skinks also breaking because of it. 1,000 value on the Chameleon Skinks. And War Lions. Dude, just run down Mazda. Get the War Lions to just bum rush Mazda Mundi right now. This is your chance to snipe him. 1,600 HP. Where's the caster for the High Elves? Oh, pretty low. 1,500 HP. Yeah, just don't let her die. 2,600 value on her. Awesome performance. Mazda Mundi has a lot left to give. Need to see it from him. Archers are pretty low. Ocean is on the way in. They're cold ones that are still fairly healthy, finishing up the Silver Helm, which didn't get any value, man. Storm Riders paid for themselves. Ship's Company, just about. A little bit inefficient on the melee side of things, but I'm not too terribly shocked by that. It's never really been this High Elves' strongest suit. They're a little bit better in melee after the DLC, but they still rely on missile play for the most part for their real value. We just need to see if the archers, excuse me, that they still have left on the field, are able to finish Mazdamundi off. He's low enough that just poking through him, despite his missile resistance, is worth it, I would say. Because what happens is Mazdamundi either stays here and dies, or he gets low enough and he breaks, and then you chase him off the field slowly, and your opponent doesn't have time to summon him out before the end of the game. Oceanids pushing in. Mazda retreating down to 1400, 1300 HP. Swapping over to, honestly, swapping over to the Salamanders is a good call right now. You brought an Illyrian Reaver out to run down the Feral Cold Ones. You don't want them shooting Oceanids either. They're pretty low. Just a few volleys from these archers should put them in the grave. I like it. I like it. Good shots. Come on. A little bit inaccurate. Not quite making the impact needed here. Clear the Salamanders. Oh my god. What the heck? Oh, what happened over here? Oh, a banishment or something from Mazdamundi, I think. Oh, he used his banishment and ruination of cities there. One or the other just completely destroyed that ship's company in Illyrian Reaver. Big ouch, but this is going to kill Mazda. Mazda down to final transmutation, turning into a solid piece of gold here. That's pretty horrifying. God, that's agonizing looking. Please, avert your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry I had to show that to you. I know that might have been a little much for some of the viewers of our program here. FCA is going to pull my license after that one. Anyways, enough jokes. Oceanids are just grinding. They're just going to outlast all these Saurus. Like, Saurus are a great unit, but Oceanids are enough of a roadblock to just keep them off the points. I mean, look at where they're positioned, too. Really good job by Jimmy just to keep these Oceanids continuing to push the corner of this point and stuff back a majority of his opponent's cap weight. He's controlling number 3. He's still scrapping over the number 1, which has not worked out for him at all this game, but has kept the Lizardmen occupied out here for the double cap to pay off big time. I don't see a way for the Lizards to close this one out with a win. It looks like they're close. That's a very misleading gold damage value. Jimmy is killing a lot of units that have already come in, and they're not counting for his value. While BotBot is continuing to kill units that are on the field for the first time. So, great example of never pay attention to this. The biggest liar in all of video game history is the damage value counter bar in Total Warhammer 3. Archmage of Metal needs to get out of here. You don't want to lose this Caster Lord, because that's a big leadership penalty that the High Elves can survive, but don't really want to go through right now.
One of your units has been destroyed.
She is routing. She's at 34 HP. These shots actually kill her. Knock her out of the sky. There's going to be a few units that rout here instantly. Ship's Company are probably going to break here. Oceanids, though, are very healthy. One of them crumbled out earlier already. They didn't get punished too hard. Another fresh Ship's Company is here. Company of the Calendarian get rear charged. Naval Discipline keeping them in this fight for the time being. How long are they going to hold here? Terror is a possibility with the Bastiladon nearby. Oh, they're just clutching this right now. They do have ITP. I forget about that. That's the other nice thing about them. They don't imbue it on anybody else, though. Some of these other infantry units can end up terror routing, but looks like they're going to hold for the most part, and it is single cap territory for the High Elves. Although, it's the only point they got. Are they going to hold this? Oh, Jimmy might have fumbled by hanging on to a few too many supplies. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, my God. You know, Lizardmen, they've got 325 gold, 46 foot speed, full cap weight units in Skinks. They can push points better than most factions. They might win this game just by virtue of having cheaper cap weight available. And the company of the Calendarian breaking is beyond devastating. This Bastillodon, low-key, with the terror routes in the late game, gonna be absolutely indispensable for clutching this hold for BotBot. Is Jimmy gonna cap a point and win out? Because he only needs one for 70 seconds. 74, precisely. Yeah, push this number 3. Just push the whole field, man. Just force Lizardmen to pay attention to the number 1 and the number 2. And just swarm this number 3 objective out here with some cavalry. This is not really worth it right now. Storm Riders are tough enough to survive skink cohorts. Use these Illyrian Reavers to grab this point out here. Oceanids anchoring the number 2. Huge, huge job by this ship's company and this Oceanid to start flipping this cap back for the High Elves. They've got the time. Can they make it happen? Company of the Calendarian are routing still. I don't know why the hell they're running away. They got 53 leadership. Very silly. Come on. There we go. Finally rallying. Archers getting run down by Spear Riders. Ship's company being interfered with as well. Skink cohorts get up on this point. I guess the reason that Jimmy went for the save and the engagement on the Storm Riders there was he just wanted to push with all of these guys onto the point, which is honestly not a bad idea. Pretty smart. Just wanted the pressure quicker. But the Storm Riders are anchoring on the back edge of this objective and getting some cost-effective fire in here. 1100 value already. Lyran Reavers are pretty good at fighting skink cohorts. Skinks have very poor melee combat stats. Just shutting them down so they can't use the Javelin is the biggest part of this fight. And then with the better melee defense and melee attack, they should be able to wear these guys down regardless. Feral Cold Ones are on the point, and it is maybe a little too late. Jimmy didn't flip the points in time, and I think BotBot's going to walk away with the triple cap reversal. Huge win. Oh, that's devastating for Jimmy. His Lord dying lost him that game. Company of the Calendarian probably don't rout away if the Lord doesn't die. And yeah, this Bastillodon sneakily impactful in the late game. You gotta remember that these things give perfect vigor to everything around it, so all those Lizardmen units that were struggling early in the late game being given perfect vigor, looking like world beaters. Karadrin was mega disappointing in this game. Absolute bozo Karadrin. Jimmy was a little over-aggressive with them, but Karadrin also seemed to miss some attacks against Mazda Mundi, and he was able to squeak away and get appos off that just kept him in the fight long enough for Lizardman to just slowly wear down the much lower HP High Elves. That game did not go how I thought it would at all. That was crazy close. I thought it was going to be either a stomp for the Lizards or it was going to be a long drawn-out High Elf win. I was not accounting for the Lizardmen to lose the infantry fight right off the rip and then somehow find a way back into it with their skirmish play, but here we are, man. Those Chameleons, unsung heroes of 1700 value, 1500 value over here, 1200 on the solar engine, and Skink Cohort's not doing badly either. Skink Skirmisher with 1100, 500 there. Feral Cold Ones being annoying as always. Spear Riders didn't come out in numbers. There's 3 of them in reserve, but only 1 got used extensively. Colossodons and Salamanders, 1 Ripperdactyl. None of those particularly amazing except for the decent salamander value. They did pretty well. Alright. Top 4 is up. We're going to just let them play the semis and the finals. I'm going to leave a reminder real quick, though. So we've got our Spellweaver with the Dark Magic going for Doombolt. Doombolt is really strong. Oh, buddy, is it strong. It will kill the Sorcerer Lord or the Noxbringer. I wouldn't worry about the Cultists. Cultists are, like, pretty low impact for Nurgle. They got, like, okay stats. Their Regeneration is nice. The Plaguebearer Summon is really not that strong. It's pretty mediocre, honestly. Look at this double Glade Captain pick. What the heck is this? You know, this is something that I experimented with a long time ago, and these guys on the Christmas Cav are actually pretty incredible duelists with their stats. Their HP is a little low. Honestly, though, man, they kind of bullied the poor Chaos Sorcerer Lord. And they're going to hammer and maneuver pretty effectively. They do have Colossal Strike, too, so they're going to be able to proc that for extra damage and ITP, and a more bonus versus large. Next time they get on this Chaos Sorcerer Lord, he might not be doing so good. Look at this, this Glade Guard line. Oh my god, the Glade Guard spam, dude. Crazy business. Hagbane Tips, Starfire Shafts, regular Glade Guard. You can't just sit with your Cultists. Look at the Cultists get blasted here by the Starfire Shafts and the Hagbane Tips. They're just on fire at will, too, and he's got all of his micro being centered on the Glade Captains back here, trying to get the snipe on the Lord. This Lord, if he somehow managed to get forward and not get nuked to death, could just hit a Stream of Corruption right down the pipe here and do a ton of damage, but I honestly think I don't think Nurgle is going to be able to do anything here. I don't think Hanzo is prepared for the Glade Guard spam. He's got a bunch of Marauders who are very easy for Glade Guard to kill by shooting to death. And, you know, Noxbringer is a good unit, but it's not going to be able to destroy all the ammo on all of these infantry. You see a Desperation Stream of Corruption, but yeah, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, all the Marauders are gone. There's nothing locking up any of these Glade Guard, and they're just blasting him to bits. He does get a Fleshy Abundance off, and he's running away, but the Noxbringer is missing shot after shot right now. Glade Captains are a little stuck up back here, not doing amazingly in terms of value. 400 and 500 is okay. It's really the Doombolts that are giving the Chaos Sorcerer Lord headaches. We had one really big one early. And you can see his healing cap is right there in front of him. It's not going to be long before he hits it either. And the more damage he's taken here, the less likely it is that he's going to be able to come in the late game and do anything. God, dude. Wild Riders are just sweeping up all the bodies. Oh, this is gross. Sorcerer Lord gets popped by Doombolt again, and the Glade Captain is just running around, beating up on him. This Glade Captain's got a lot of stuff attacking him. This is a lot of aggro to draw. This is, like, actually kind of incredible. A single Glade Captain pulls a bunch of Furies in, Noxbringer goes after him. Now the Wild Riders are able to compromise the Noxbringer and keep it from shooting, which means the Glade Guard are safe. Glade Guard can just shoot down all the Marauders. Honestly, I would just shoot the Plaguebearer Summon, too. Just kill the Plaguebearer Summon, man. I mean, you got the firepower to do it. Although, I guess your opponent's still summoning stuff on the other side. Good focus fire here. Galju, you know, sometimes all you need to do is click 2 buttons. Drag, click. Drag, click. Drag, click. click, click. That's pretty much how he's playing this. I can almost guarantee you, man. He's just making this as easy on himself as possible. This is a rough matchup for Nurgle, but man, Galju is making this look impossible right now. Oh my goodness. Yeesh. And Noxbringer gets hit by a nasty Doombolt there. And then the Gladiators shoot him to death. What's the value look like on all these guys? Yeah, pretty solid. Pretty good. They've all paid for themselves. Wild Riders are doing their thing. They're getting close to paying off too. Blade Captains have been shockingly effective. I think maybe these guys have some serious teeth. The reason you don't see Glade Captains more is because Era of Kernus is so strong, and there's just a lot of really strong competition for like Lords and unit slots. Spending on a Glade Captain's going to get a little pricey. They're about 1,000 gold each with this kit. A lot of the time, you're better off just spending on some Dryads or an Eternal Guard, but both of these guys running around together as a goon squad to counter any Nurgle hero squads.
This was not meant to be.
This could be the matchup of their dreams, honestly. Stag Knight's running around. Let's fast forward through this one. It's over. I mean, it is GG. Especially after that Doombolt. Hamza is just completely screwed. He's just going to keep getting dogpiled by all the mobility here, and I think he's going to get tabled. Big ouch. Oh man, this is the kind of game that discourages you to the point that you just log off for the rest of the day. You know what? I'm going to go play something else. No thank you. I'm good. I have been here. I have been on the receiving end of a beatdown, and by the Wood Elves, no less. Wood Elves are really good at just bullying people. They're such assholes. They are truly one of the most frustrating factions to play into sometime. Their shooting is so disgusting. I mean, if you can just spam all missiles and just blast your opponent off the field before they even touch you, that's a pretty good faction, and nobody does it better than Wood Elves. Dark Elves can do it a little bit better in a couple matchups, but Wood Elves can do it consistently against everyone. Dalton versus Bonds. Crystal Scar. Oh, we already saw this one. Hold up. I know I've got more replays. Did I not move them over yet? No. Okay. Give me a second, guys. I gotta move all the replays over and we can get into some of the later round stuff. Yeah, that's honestly a good call, Galju. What I was doing with the Glade Captains was before they, like, this was, like, right when Immortal Empires released. Glade Captains, I don't think, had Colossal Strike back then. They had all this other stuff. I was, like, testing them with, like, Dance of Loic and Horde of Isha. And using them to, like, run around and buff up mobility fights. But honestly, these guys, just on the Steed or on the Great Stag with Colossal Strike, pretty cheap kit, to be honest. Yeah, 1,000 gold on the Steed, 1150 on Great Stag. And their stats are pretty untouchable, and the missile doesn't hurt either. I mean, it does a little bit of damage at least. At the bare minimum, you get the benefit of the armor-piercing damage, and it's 30 shots, so 67 times 30. Pretty juicy amount of damage that they can throw down just with the bare minimum. Cool stuff. Keep it up, Galju. I like your Wood Elves. It's very different from most people's. Glade Guard maxing, not so much, but you brought something cool into the build as well and did amazingly with it, so... keep people off balance with stuff like that, and you're gonna rise up through the ranks pretty quick, man. People underestimate the value of bringing surprising units. Like, there is definitely something to playing very meta heavy builds. Like, there's a reason that people bring, like, certain units all the time, right? If you just go really deep into those and just get really good with executing with those units, great. But sometimes bringing the unexpected can just throw your opponent for enough of a loop that you can then kind of bully them around some. Alytha Nar. I don't know what I want to watch. Jimmy Dirk or Muffin Bot. Well, actually, you know what? Since we've got a very cool Alytha Nar pick here, we're going to go with this game. I don't even think Alytha Nar is a bad lord for the High Elves. I've seen people call him a bad lord, but I've had games against certain factions where he's gotten an incredible value. Against Tomb Kings, he's actually pretty strong. Does a really good job of shooting Ushabti great bows and whatnot with this ridiculous range. I mean, this is the nice thing about Alytha Nar, is that unlike most other bow lords, this guy's basically an artillery piece. He's got a whack-ass load of ammo. 30 ammunition is pretty crazy. Mislead is pretty nice. Moonbow does a lot of damage. Shadow Crown is a nice speed and melee defense buff, and it's pretty big radius. Be pretty helpful for a lot of units. Cannons get a good early volley on a lift, but he survives. I lived. I died, but I lived. And now he's going to get some revenge. He should be able to kill the models pretty quickly. Follow-up shot should kill the actual artillery piece, and then he can go after, I don't know, maybe Garagrim? What the hell was that? What the hell was that? The Moonbow just impacted into the ground here. Why? What? Baffling. Anyways, back to our regularly scheduled program of Alytha Nar killing all the cannon models. He's getting on that. He's going to need to, because this High Elf front line is pretty flimsy. It's just ship's company. They are going to get destroyed by blasting charges. What Jimmy wants to do here is just run away now. The second the blasting charges get in range of your infantry, you start to just run away, and you start trying to pull the Dowie formation apart. Because you don't want to let these guys get the volleys off on your really flimsily armored ship's company. Because they'll just get absolutely dunked on. They don't have enough HP to survive any kind of blasting charge volley. Thunder is getting bombarded by the archers, doing a really good job of dragging those guys down. White Lion Chariots getting in now. While Lion Chariots of Trace, really strong unit in this matchup. Absolutely disgusting how good Chariots are against the Dwarves. They just don't have answers to these things outside of cannons. And the cannons are busy getting blasted apart by Alytha Nar. He's slowly whittling this one down. It really hasn't taken him too long either. He's got two of the models out. He's going to get rid of another model on this unit. I would just swap over to this other cannon. It's one cannon on this unit. It is functionally dead. It's not going to do enough damage to threaten your chariots at this point. Just get rid of the other cannon, and then your chariots can feast the rest of the game. They've got a decent number of models, and you can see how disruptive they are. They're just breaking apart everything in the back line. Thunderers have been run off. One Thunderer got shot to death. The other got run over to death. And Lion Chariots are keeping the archers free. The ship's company went in and sacrificed themselves. Hey, I mean, they died heroically. Why not? Alytha Nar is doing his thing. Loremaster of Hoeth is being kept pretty safe. Garagrim is chasing around the chariots. I would just use Garagrim and go after the Loremaster. Loremaster against Garagrim is not really a great fight for the Loremaster. He would definitely get beat up pretty badly by him. Cannon fully offline. The other cannon loses a model thanks to the Moonbow. Alytha Nar is continuing his rampage. Dirk does have a value lead, and Lion Chariots are getting really low. They are getting beat up right now. What is doing all this damage to them? It is the other cannon. See, this is why I really recommended getting rid of that other cannon and focusing on it once you started getting the other cannon down to, like, one model. Because the DPS out of this thing is still pretty high. Once cannons start losing their models is when they just lose, like, all of their effects. It's such an exponential drop in efficiency as you're blasting them apart. You can call a bolt thrower coming onto the field and getting way too close to the front line. Definitely a mistake. Jimmy is looking fairly well set. He's definitely struggling a little bit to get rid of some of these units, but Grimdelvers are getting focus fired by archers now. Grimdelvers do have a shield and decent armor values, but I don't think they're going to survive through any additional concentrated volleys. Getting down to about the last that they can handle here. And you know, the High Elves do have a triple cap. Probably going to change with the miners jumping out to that side point there. Illyrian Reavers come out to mop up some Thunderers. Yeah, Cannon Crew finally getting unsummoned. Really needed to do that a little bit quicker. Cannon Crew continuing to plink away, and the Lion Chariots, man, they got shut down pretty hard by the concentrated artillery fire. You know, I think the Thunderers contributed a little bit. This one does have 700 value. Only has 134. Lion Chariot over here is 2 models, but it is bullying the Iron Drakes pretty nicely right now. Cannon's still trying to hit it. Elithanar is doing what exactly? Oh, shooting the Iron Drake. Okay. Rallying Lion Chariot over here. Slayers and Dwarf Warriors all up on the Archers. Lion Chariot's going to go down here. What do we have? Rangers? Rangers are a good call-in. This is one of the few truly good matchups for White Lines of Trace. White Lines of Trace actually thump here. They do some pretty good damage. They can clear out a lot of bodies. Garagrim is just going for it, racking up some good value. Iron Warden's Hammer and Star Metal Plate is what the Lord has. Oh, he's also got Foe Seeker and Stand Your Ground. Dang, he's going for all the support skills, actually. Hey, you know what? Honestly, it's not bad. I mean, it gives miners 42 melee defense when it's active, so alright. Yeah, Grim Delvers go down. Rangers getting blasted. We've got some life magic coming in for the High Elves. Yeah, just locking down the triple cap has been pretty massive. Rangers are dragging down the miners. This Dowie Ranger over here was getting some pretty good volleys off on the High Elf Ranger. But Illyrian Reavers come out and immediately shut those guys down. So Dwarves getting stuffed on that point back there. Lore Master of Hoeth trying to continue to heal. Has Shems as well. I guess that works. I mean, Shems, I guess, to use against cannons or gyros. Sure. I don't know why Elithanar has not been able to finish this other cannon off. He's been struggling to actually kill the artillery piece. He keeps shooting the crew off the side of it. It's kind of bizarre. Okay, anyways. Illyrian Reavers jumping out, doing a little bit of cycle charging. Get in, and they are doing a really good job of wearing these guys down. Dowie Rangers have okay defensive stats, but Illyrian Reaver Cavalry have enough melee attack and melee defense to actually sit in here and grind against these guys, and do so very effectively. If Dirk really wanted to win this fight, he needs like a blasting charge up in here to pull the Rangers back through, and then to open up or something. But I don't think he's going to have the time for that. Dragonback Slayers are on the way in. Thunderers are here. Elithanar Decoy is about to crumble out. I think that was the last one. It was. Elithanar is almost out of ammo, but he should be able to run around and still do a little damage on foot. He's not a bad duelist. Got okay stats overall, as you can see. The only thing he needs to be careful of is Garagrim. He could beat the Dowie Lord in a 1v1, I think. Could he? Actually, with the perfect vigor, I think the Dowie Lord could win. Okay, Dowie are trying to do things, but this is like classic dwarves. They just can't push the points in the late game with all their shooting gone. Ooh, the Blades of Hoeth are out. Oh, baby. I love the Blades of Hoeth. Super cool unit. Look at them on the back of all these dwarves here. They're going to make pretty short work of these guys, I think. White lines of trace on the other side. Just a big blob for the Dowie here. I got both their lords. I got a bunch of miners in here, just slowly getting murdered. Being turned into Dowie fertilizer. Ooh, but the cannons with a huge shot onto the flank of the Blades of Hoeth. 1100 value on the cannon. Do need to be a little bit careful of that. It's almost always worth going after Dowie artillery. It really is quite a nightmare to handle sometimes. Some of the best in the entire game for the price point, easily.
Destruction awaits.
Yeah, Blades of Hoeth grinding through all the bodies here, while Lions doing what they can to help out. Couple archers being resummoned onto the field to help Rangers push to number 3, and we do have a deep dive attempt. Dirk summons out another cannon. Wrong call, man. Get literally anything in front of these Rangers right now to stop them. Yeah, Dowie just can't split push, which is always their biggest problem. If their main formation doesn't get to bully people, then they tend to fall apart. And that's kind of what's happened here. They are just not well suited against this High Elf build. High Elf build went just as wide as the Dwarves, and their chariots were disruptive enough to allow the archers and just the few decent melee units that they have to get in and wear everything down. Because Dowie don't win melee fights. Again and again, I point this out. Dowie need a melee attack buff. Desperately. On everything. Every single Dowie unit needs at least 3 more melee attack. Slayers included. Slayers are still pretty decent. Doomseekers are probably one of the few units that the Dowie don't need to get a buff. They're solid as is. Maybe they could use a little bit more melee defense. Like, get them up to 51-51. Dwarf Warriors should have, like, 26, 27 melee attack. I think it would help their performance tremendously. The fact that they never value trade is really disappointing. These guys paid for themselves. These guys did not. They just, across the board, even if some Dwarf Warriors pay for themselves, your entire Dowie Warrior line is never going to actually end up paying for itself. If that makes any sense. Like, let's go take a little peek here. 260, 437, 230, 500. Like, these two Dwarf Warriors paid for themselves. They did not make up for the value difference of the 2 Dwarf Warriors that just got folded up like wet tissue. That happens all the time. Once the Dowie shooting is offline, they can't do a damn thing. They're so useless without enough guns and bows on the field. It's just not even funny. This is too many miners in reserve. Never ever do this. You need like 2 max. 2 miners max, get rid of these 3, and get a Trollhammer Torpedo. And get rid of this Iron Drake. The Flamethrower Iron Drakes are not bad, but I don't really think that against the High Elves they're the right call. High Elves are a little too quick. They'll just maneuver around the short-range Flamethrowers and ignore them all game if they have to, or they'll just rally up some shooting to finish them somehow. Or engage them in melee and kill them. The Trollhammer Torpedoes are longer range and do a lot more damage to stuff like Lion Chariots and any single entities and cavalry that might come out, so that's why I highly recommend them. They are more expensive, but the premium you pay for them is well worth the price of admission. And if you're not gonna do that, if you're not gonna bring Trollhammer torpedoes, then I think against the High Elves, it might be worth looking into some Slayer pirates. They are unarmored, but they do have a nice missile. It does pretty good damage. They fire it pretty quick, and they get in with decent stats. And they're just an annoying, unbreakable unit that can just run in and start slaughtering stuff. Really a pretty solid unit. Just need to keep them away from High Elf Rangers, and they're gonna be pretty decent. Either do that or get Bugman's Rangers. Bugman's Rangers, I think, might be the best missile you can use against the High Elves, because Liquid Fortification is indispensable. So long as their leadership is higher than Wavering, which it should be with their high leadership, these guys are going to poke really nicely from range. Keep you in a game, and in the late game, they will be there. They will be there unless your opponent hard focuses them. If your opponent's trying to hard focus them, they're going to need to do it with the chariots, and then the chariots are pretty deep into your formation. You should be able to give them a run for the lion chariots. Should be able to give them a run for their money just by keeping some units around. Eventually, you'll be able to swamp the chariots and like slayers, or shoot them down with like the cannons and some Bugman's fire, stuff like that. You could also consider bringing the Skyhammer Squadron for bombs. Bombs just dunk on High Elf units. High Elf units are lower HP than everybody else, so when Skyhammer bombs hit them, they just turn into goo. There's nothing left of them by the time bombing runs are all said and done. Yeah, the tiny little ridge blocking the moonbow is pretty hilarious. Really well played by Jimmy. I am very impressed by his high elf play today. I would definitely say he's the favorite to take this one. He's been in some scrappy games, and he's found a way to win every single one of those. Wait, what? Jimmy didn't make the top 4? What happened? Who did he lose to? We watched all of Jimmy's wins. Didn't see any of his losses. All the games that I've seen of him, he's been looking unstoppable. Who did he lose to? What? Oh my god. No freaking way. Jimmy lost one game and ended up just outside the top 4. Oh, man. Ouch, dude. You know, if Jimmy had gotten into the top 4, it would have been his tournament to lose. I swear, I think he would have been able to do it. One of the people that he beat is actually up here in the semis. Okay, we got a semis game. I'm going to download that, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom, and we'll get into it. What the hell is going on here? Hello? Where? Okay, there's the replay. We found it. It disappeared for a minute. I got lost in the ether, but I got it back. Bathroom, and then we can do it. Alright, guys. Oh my god, wait, hold on. I didn't even clock this before I left, but Galju's played a lot of Glade Guard, and here he's going for a full rush build. He's going War Dancer Rush. What the heck? And he's going Arcane and Forging with the Spellweaver. He can shut down the nets from Marcus with that. And Burning Head, I mean... oh man, and he's got a lot of bodies. This is going to be really tough for Muffin. He does have Zintler's Reiksguard early, which is a nice unit to hold back one of these Wild Riders. Zintler's Reiksguard can win the 1v1 pretty easily, but not going to be able to defend from both. The Empire State Troopers are going to lose to every infantry unit that Galju has here. Sunmaker and Burning Head and Marcus are going to have to put a lot of work in controlling the battlefield. I don't know how easy that will be, though. It's a pretty tough map to fight Wood Elves on, too. If they get up in these trees, and they get to fight in the forests on you, you are in deep, deep shit. There is nothing you can do to get them out of there at that point. They just win all forest fights because everything is woodsmen, even their like big cavalry. They don't lose any stats, and they move through the forest so quickly because of that as well, because they pass through the trees instead of seeing how these knights get stuck on the trees and like go around and get all scattered and a little disheveled. Nice Loic's Blessing to give extra speed and just running down the Zintler's Reiksguard here. Oh no. Oh, and the Burning Headcaster. Oh, is he going to get it off for... yeah, he's going to get the Burning Head off. Okay, so the Wild Riders, they get tickled, but they don't really lose any models or anything. Sunmaker shots do a little bit of damage, but they're in the forest now. They're pretty well defended in here. Going right back after the Zintler's Reiksguard. Knights of the Blazing Sun coming in, but these guys are losing stats. You can see terrain, lower speed and melee attack. Pretty rough. Bright Wizard got hit by that Arcane and Forging, lost half of his HP. Brutal stuff. Spellweaver just hovering here, waiting, and look at that, the Burning Head Wizard is going to run away, actually. Wow, so, oh, because some of the Wild Riders are surrounding him. Wow. Poked into oblivion, bro. Zintler's Reiksguard hanging in here. Knights of the Blazing Sun doing what they can, but they're not in a good spot. Wild Riders, just really solid unit. And look at that little loop around. That's actually really good micro from Galju. Just amazing stuff. Little things like that. It's going to lower the leadership on the Knights of the Blazing Sun by a fair margin, and more Empire Knights coming in to pile into a continually worse and worse fight. Wild Hunters of Kerns are getting out over there, and you thought that Heavy Cav was struggling against the Wild Riders now. Wait until the armor-piercing Wild Riders get into this fight. Pretty good dodge of the Burning Head. It's just not making contact right now. Bright Wizard pops his Power Stone. I would bet the Spellweaver just drops another Arcane and Forging and kills him. And Marcus is way too far away from the rest of the Empire army. And look at the patience here. Galju is just winning on the flank where his opponent continues to like pile units into a bad engagement. Bright Wizard gets hit by Arcane and Forging. Spellweaver is going to get another rear charge off. Dryads are getting all the way into the back line to just cut off the Knights of the Blazing Sun from even getting into this fight now. Wild Hunters of Kernis are not doing quite as well as I thought. There are a lot of Empire Knights here. Knights of the Blazing Sun didn't do terribly, but fighting in the trees is just absolutely made a mockery of their normally more effective armor and charge bonus. Because they just aren't able to make good contact because of the terrain they're on. Oh my goodness, Galju. He's just bullying the Empire now. He's got two Dryads up in the trees here. He's going to go for an overload on the Sunmaker. Sunmaker is going to die probably, and then all these State Troopers are just going to lose to all these War Dancers and Dryads. And you can see Galju is getting ready to go for the melee fight and just sweep the entire front line up. Spellweaver going for Marcus. Marcus can actually turn around and beat up on her. He's got good melee attack, actually. He's not bad in combat. His weapon strength is kind of low, but this is a caster character. Oh my god. Not like a hybrid character at all. Marcus got punted back into the trees. He drops his net, and he gets 2 Wild Riders and a Dryad. Empire Knights and Knights of the Blazing Sun going for the dive. Net wears off, and Wild Hunters of Kurnus are going to turn around and just engage here. They're probably going to be okay. Looks like they're going to bounce out a little bit and go after the Knights of the Blazing Sun. And Apo. Really nice. Oh my god, Knights of the Blazing Sun are cooked. They're not good in a prolonged fight. Shock damage unit exclusively. Wild Riders are a shock unit too, but they have Frenzy. Which gets their melee attack up pretty high as long as they're not exhausted. One of them is exhausted, but the Wild Hunters of Kurnus are not so tired. They're very tired, but, you know, they're not quite at the point where they're not going to be able to do much of anything. Look at this frontline fight. I mean, I barely looked away from it, but for 30, 40 seconds, and every state trooper is in complete disarray and flight. Swordsman getting charged by the... Oh my god. It ended so quickly, I wasn't even ready. No, what? Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, okay. I was just trying to click on the Lost Sylvan Knights, but I clicked at the exact same time that, Muffin called it. I mean, there's nothing Muffin could do there. Oh my god. Galls you with some crazy call-outs. Just immediately rushing down his opponent's Zentler's Reiksguard, and the Sunmaker couldn't do anything because all the units are just hiding in forest the whole time. Until the critical moment when they just overwhelmed the entire Empire army. Woof, woof. Let's go, buddy. Oh my god. Yeah, Lost Sylvan Knights are going to just tear out literally everything else in the field. Hawkeyes of Jakiro were in the back pocket. Would have been pretty funny to see out. These guys are cool. They do a ton of damage just like all the other Way Watchers, but the discourage effect on Hawkeyes is really strong. And they get a smoke bomb, so they're kind of hard to shut down. Because minus 60% speed and charge speed is disgustingly strong. Really nothing can follow through on a charge when Wood Elves have even like basic protection out for them. Oh, the triple cap reverse, Lamau. I completely forgot about that game, Jimmy. Yeah, dude, that game was crazy. I forgot you lost that game. You barely lost it, though. A little bit better play on the points during that game against BotBot, and I think you would have won. I think you moved a little aggressively off the points a couple times. You played all 3 points when you could have just focused on a couple. I've been there. It happens. Sorry you missed out on the top 4 because of that. I think you deserved a spot. Or at least an opportunity to play in. Yeah, the Rush is really cool. Wood Elf Rush is not that common, but is actually really strong. Like, I actually do love myself some Wood Elf melee rush. So they got all the tools to do it. They got heals, they got really strong, they got good infantry, clear infantry, they've got anti-large infantry with Azrai Spears, and, I mean, Wild Hunters of Kurnus, obviously. Few other things that they can throw out. Wildwood Rangers are really good. Heck, even Dryads are a pretty cost-effective unit into pretty much anything short of, like, super heavily armored infantry. Or anything with fire and magic damage. Let's see how this game against Bot goes for Crystal Scar. He's played some really clean Cathay today. And Bot's bringing a lot of Source Warriors and Chameleon Skinks. I don't know. We'll see about it. Mazda Mundi will be really good here. I can tell you that. His ability to punish, like, boxy infantry formations with his abilities is kind of untouched. Like Ruination of Cities and Banishment, if you get a couple of good banishments off, you can kill, like, an entire Jade Warrior pretty easily. And then Ruination of Cities, you get, like, a good rotation on that, and you can, like, do huge damage like a Dragon Guard and a Nangao Grenade if you get lucky. See how it plays out. Chameleon Skinks grabbing points early, not too shocking. Definitely the right call. I'd shift down to grab the number 3 real quick. Yeah, and shift these guys down too. If I'm gonna let Cathay grab a point, honestly, I wouldn't mind if they grab the number 1. Because you don't really want their missile line to be too heavily anchored on this terrain blocker. Because it cuts a lot of space off, and then you gotta get up in the trees. And Lizardmen fight pretty well in forests. They don't really have, like, an innate advantage over Cathay in there, though. Like what we saw with the Wood Elves against Empire game last time. It'd be pretty even fight, all things considered. I guess the benefit of fighting in the forest is that Jade Lancers are less likely to do big damage to you. But Onyx Crowman can always just land on you, do a bunch of work anyways. We've got Celestial Dragon Guard moving in. Is this a Celestial General? Oh, he's on horseback. Okay. He's got Brass Cleaver for melee attack buff and Celestial Sweep. So it's a pretty boxy build for Cathay. But they really do love playing around their Zhanggu War Drums. These things give pretty big buffs. A Bastion of the Great City is really not that great, usually, but it's giving a lot of extra armor in the skirmish phase the Chameleon Skinks trying to poke, so I do appreciate it there. Nice Searing Doom. Feral Cold One's Rampage actually does get them low enough, and they are going to be running in and getting themselves killed. Ruination of Cities used a little early. I would rather wait for the front line engagements to start before sending that in. Salamander Hunting Pack is going for the Zhanggu War Drum. It's going to get some big damage here quickly. Oh, it buffs itself with the armor. Oh, that's juicy. Okay. Salamander's actually impacting off the front of that and not doing much. Ruination got a really bad rotation. It just hit the Nangao grenades and didn't even do that much to them. Swords do flank, and they're getting into the back line, which is nice. Definitely need them to get up in there. Onyx Crowman get netted. Really good call out by Mazda Mundi. Celestial General actually attacking the Chameleon Skinks. Chameleon Skinks are getting shot up, and Mazda Mundi is getting pummeled right now by all the range. That Grand Cannon has been sitting on him all game and doing some massive work against our boy. Celestial General gets in on him as well. He got a huge Celestial Sweep on that Chameleon Skink there. That Chameleon Skink going down that quickly is all from this ability. It does a disgusting amount of damage. Truly devastating. Source Warriors are fighting Jade Warriors. See, this is the problem with the Source Warriors here. They're really not that good at clearing Jade Warriors. They don't actually have, like, good enough stats, despite their high weapon strength, to get around the melee defense on Jade Warriors. And the Warriors have 38 melee attack with the Zhanggu War Drum buffs. You know, the Source Warriors over here getting pulled apart by Onyx Crowman as well. And, you know, the Jade Warrior crossbows, they're not going to win a melee fight against Source Warriors, but they got 80 armor, so they're going to hold firm for a long time yet. Salamander's going to start poking away at the Zhanggu War Drum. Are they going to be able to kill it anytime soon? Looks like they're actually shooting Jade Warriors. Why are their shots landing so short? Oh, man. Pretty rough. Now they're hitting some shots, but not doing a whole lot. The lack of AP on the Salamanders is really hurting. I wonder if it's a Razor Dawn matchup. Bring some of those guys in, you probably get a little bit more value out of that. Celestial Dragon Guard doing a great job of anchoring and are trying to get onto the Sacred Croxagores. Mazda, though, with a beautiful banishment. That's what you're looking for out of the abilities that he's got. You need 500-600 value out of each one of those uses of the items. If you can get that, then Mazda is absolutely unstoppable. He drops an Arcane Unforging onto the Celestial General as well, which is going to do a lot of damage to our old boy on the horse here. It's getting pretty low. It's not looking too great for him. And the 1600 HP, but you can see, despite the fairly even value, Lizards basically non-existent on the field, and Cathay is holding on for dear life. They've got a very healthy Celestial Dragon Guard out here. This other one is pretty beat up, but nonetheless is staying on the field, providing a little bit of help. And especially against the Sacred Croxagore unit, who is starting to get pinned in by the Jade Lancers now. Still trying to run down the Jade Warrior crossbows. Feral Cold Ones on the way in. Onyx Croman poking and pecking at these Feral Cold Ones. I would imagine the Onyx Croman are like trying to go for the eyes on these little Velociraptors. And yeah, they're doing a good job of pulling them apart, man. Oh, Ruination of Cities! Oh, kind of disappointing again. It was a lot better than the last one, but still did not really get the impact that you're looking for. The Feral Cold Ones have been a huge waste of money, honestly. I don't think a single one of them has done anything important here. You got 145 value, you got 233. There's one over here. I can't imagine it did very well. Oh, I think this is it. 61 value. Ow. Yeah, this is rough. Salamander Hunting Pack got 1,000 value. They've done a pretty good job. I think you really need a red-crested skink line here. I think it's definitely a little risky going for the red cresteds because Zhao could come in with Dragon Breath and kill you, but I just don't see Saurus ever really working out against a Cathay front line. Not because Saurus are bad, but they just don't have the DPS to finish those kinds of fights. The Searing Dooms as well, man. They have been so devastating. I mean, they rampaged a Feral Cold One early. They've pummeled the Spear Riders. All this mobility is just going to waste. Cathay is a lot like Dwarves and Vampire Coast in a lot of ways. You want to push them down with infantry as much as possible early, and then in the late game, you go for mobile units to try and control their Lancers and Crowmen. So Mazda with 2100 value, honestly pretty lackluster considering his cost. He is pricey. Even on his toilet seat, he's pretty expensive. And he does have a pretty chunky kit here. Onyx Croman are going down. Mazda with 750 HP is trying to get into the trees. Ripperdactyls come up. Another beautiful Searing Doom. Kills a ton of those Saurus Spear Riders. Colin Spear Riders have been hard punished all game by those Searing Dooms. Ooh, I mean, you know, Bombot is keeping himself in it somehow. He's behind, but there is not much in the way of presence for Cathay either on the field. Bringing up a Saurus. Looks like this Feral, or looks like the Coldwind Rider is able to take down the artillery. Pretty huge. Got 2,200 value? What was it doing back here all game? I just completely missed that unit. Huge picks, though. Maybe enough to help the lizardmen out here. Ripperdactyl's getting some pretty decent value. They're trying to kill the war drum. They actually do kill it. It's a huge, huge moment there. Because the Celestial General is dead, and the Zhanggu war drum was kind of what these beat-up infantry were anchoring on. Now they've lost that encourage, the extra harmony, a whole bunch of stuff. You can see that they're starting to run away, and Onyx Chroma get pretty close to crumbling there. At half HP, too. If they'd actually crumbled out, then we could be talking about Lizards going for some solid infantry to try and push down these points. Chameleon Skinks didn't get to use all their ammo. It's a big, big sad moment. Honestly, I wonder if just using Chameleon Skinks to poke at the Jade Warrior frontline wouldn't have been a bad idea. Just use all their ammo, even if they don't really get a great deal of value by doing it. You just, like, wear out 1 or 2 Jade Warriors to the point of breaking. Unsummon your Chameleons and then bring them back out later again. Ooh, Mazda gets found by Onyx Chroma in the trees. Good scouting by Crystal Scar. Oh my goodness. 1,500 value on those guys. Pretty wild. Alchemist probably has close to 1,700 value. Yeah, 16, 19. Celestial Dragon Guard just about paid for themselves. Jade Warriors did pretty solidly. Jade Lancer with good value. Yeah, Cathay's just got better value on all their units. I mean, they've been way more cost-effective across the board. The Saurus, man. Ooh, yikes. The first time around, 300 and 100 value on those dudes. Hate to see it. And that one only got 500. Need some more AP, man. Definitely need more. Chameleon's coming up. Crystal does not have much on the field. Spread pretty thin, and there are a decent number of Saurus out. It's just that the Saurus are getting cycle charged, and they're getting jumped by multiple units at once. Onyx Chroma, man. Oh, they're just so good. I mean, they're more well-rounded Furies, basically. I mean, they got the same base leadership, same armor, pretty similar weapon strength profiles. I think Furies have more charge bonus, but Furies have like no melee defense. Onyx Chroma have 32 melee defense and 30 melee attack. They got Fizzres as well, cause fear. Their buffs from Yin Harmony are pretty mediocre, but they do buff up the cavalry that they fly around with in terms of melee attack, which is really nice. I mean, an extra 5 melee attack can make or break a shock cavalry's success in any combat. And Jade Lancers really do want to fly and ride around with these guys. Good cap here. Good recap on the number 1, and a beautiful sandwich. Chameleon Skinks gonna be going to sleep here. Really not much you can do to help them out either. They are just absolutely doomed. Really devastating losses for the Lizardmen. The Lizardmen have just played a little bit out of sync with their army. They didn't really play in concert with one another. The synergy just was not quite there. Cathay is a little bit easier and more independent in some respects for that. They've got like a handful of play styles. It makes them a little bit one note, but they do have those play styles tend to be pretty strong. It's very rare that Cathay is going to be like running into a build in competitive multiplayer and don't have a really clear and simple win condition, which is just keep your formation, save your shooting, keep the Zhanggu War Drum alive, and you probably just outlast your opponent, even if your Lord dies. As long as the Zhanggu War Drum is online, if you got some shooting as Cathay, you can outmatch most factions. And you can see here that normally stalwart lizardmen and infantry just are not equal to the engagements that they're asked to carry in. The lack of AP on the Saurus really holds them back. It's not like the Khorne matchup. Khorne has Chaos Warriors who you do want a couple of against Cathay in my experience. But you don't really use the Chaos Warriors so much to get through the Jade Warriors because you're using Bloodletters to try and do that.
The foe's victory point.
Bloodletters and then like a couple Minotaurs with Furies. Excuse me, to take down the Onyx Croman and the Jade Lancers. It's kind of Khorne's method of dealing with Grand Cathay, and it works really well because those units are really strong. Because they have clear-cut units that they hard counter against Cathay, and Lizards don't really have that. I mean, they've got Spear Riders, but unlike Minotaurs, Spear Riders are really vulnerable to those Searing Dunes from the Alchemist, and huge value on this guy. 1800. Celestial General only got 1,000, but still not bad at all. One Nangao Grenade, made up for the poor performance of the others, and crossbows. Crossbows all got close to 1,000 value. That's, what? That's 22. They got 3,300 value. All in, which is incredible. Zhanggu War Drum didn't really do anything in terms of damage, but it facilitated better trades for all these Cathay units. Warriors held, they didn't really do a lot of damage, they never do, but the Celestial Dragon Guard honestly did some pretty decent damage. This one almost paid for itself. And then it was the mobility. The mobility got insane value, especially the Croman. Look at that, 11, 17, 1,900 value. Gross. The Saurus just struggled, and Mazda didn't get good enough damage out of his abilities. It's a perfectly fine Lizardman build for going into Cathay. Probably just need to juggle your engagements a little bit better. Maybe instead of the Salamanders, you get a Razordon. Razordon Hunting Pack does amazing armor-piercing damage. And you can shoot down the Zhanggu War Drum real quick with those guys for sure. Because they just don't really leave anything off the table. They're much shorter range, though. 100 range does make it a little harder to get in. But you can also use Razordons to shoot Jade Warriors. And it's worth keeping in mind that something like an Ancient Salamander, really great unit, especially on Dried Floodplain, because they've got a pretty short range, but they do a lot of damage to bunched up infantry. You can use double Ancient Salamander to bully your opponent, and you can go Mazda Mundi with the double Ancient Sally. I actually really like that combo. You get Rolling Skies because you want that debuff. Shield Banishment. Ruination. I don't think you need the Sunburst Standard. You go Apo here and Net. Keep Mazda as cheap as you possibly can, and just build around the Ancient Salamander core. I think some red-crested skinks early can be really good. Maybe you don't need that many. Just 2, cohort of Sotek included. Couple Source Warriors. I actually don't know if you really want the Chameleon Skinks. I actually think ranged heavy early against Cathay is a good idea. Like I said, you want to kind of poke and prod them. Try and keep your opponent from getting settled. You really don't want Grand Cathay to just get comfy on a point. You want to try and force them into you, because if Grand Cathay has to move out of position, it is really rough for them to find the perfect kinds of fights that they really thrive in. They are very bad at pushing forward. You can just get something like this. Is a really simple build to execute. Ancient Salamanders just poke Jade Warriors. Your opponent gets antsy and they start trying to push up, and then you have Skink cohorts come from every angle and just fill them with javelins before the Saurus Warriors and the Red-Crested Skinks engage. And then you get some more Red-Cresteds. Get a Chameleon Stalker. In fact, the Chameleon Stalker could actually be in the starting build. Now I'm thinking about it. Go this guy here. 300 gold. Get rid of this, get another Saurus Warrior, and then you just, like, have the Red-Crested Skinks come in from reserve. Cohort of Sotek is enough. I mean, it's a great little unit. Unbreakable. Refuse to Die is a really strong ability. Couple Spear Riders. Probably just one Ripperdactyl. I do wonder if a Rev Crystal isn't a really good call here, just to keep your units a little bit healthier. Use the Rev Crystal just to keep this Ancient Salamanders alive and up if need be. Mazda Mundi can just focus on like healing himself and netting units. Getting banishments and ruinations off. Use this on Saurus too. It's a 10% heal with each one. You get 7 uses, so it's not like you're losing out on much by bringing one of these guys. Maybe you don't need it, though. Just go for the double Razordon. Really think that they're a great unit here. What else can you go for? I think a Croxagore and a Temple Guard, maybe. Temple Guard for the late game to sit by Mazda. Keep him alive. This is what you should run, I think, without a Rev Crystal. If you really want a Rev Crystal, you can throw it in, but I think a Croxagore is honestly a pretty nice unit. They're not really good for doing a lot of damage, to be honest. Croxagores are just really great mass, and they can paddle down some infantry that overextend. I think you just bring these guys in so that Red-Crested Skinks don't get, like, scared off the field. Because then they cause fear. They can also lower the leadership on the Jade Warriors that your opponent has if all the Skinks are getting some of the benefits of this. It's a little limited in terms of like the range, but if they're charging around the battlefield, they can just rock up to some Red-Cresteds and help them out real quick. So yeah, it's a pretty ranged heavy army. It's pretty vulnerable to some of the single entities that Cathay can bring up. Cathay can definitely run like double Moonbird into the lizards and kind of bully you around, but this is a better call out for the build we just saw Cathay bring. I think this would be a little bit easier to use and a little bit less likely to get absolutely dumpstered by Searing Doom, because those Feral Cold Ones just got completely run over. Feral Cold Ones are a good unit, don't get me wrong. I mean, you can get rid of the Croxagore and get 2 of them if you really want to, but I don't know. I find these typically really valuable, like, up-trading mobile units against Cathay tend to fall off, because they can bring, like, tons of Peasant Spears and Halberds and just crowd out space, and then they never find a good engagement. It's really something worth keeping in mind whenever you're facing off against them. Yeah, Wood Elves are pretty frustrating. Oh my god. The Nurgle game where the Glade Guard spam just completely nuked Nurgle off the field. What are you gonna do, man? You gotta be ready for it. Wood Elves are really annoying because of their shooting prowess. Stopping yourself from getting poked to death by Wood Elves is an exercise in futility a lot of the time. Let's go with another crazy build here. He's been, well, I mean, he's got this core that he really likes. But he's always innovating with slightly different artillery and long-range options. Like, We saw a game where it was double fire rain rocket. We've seen a game where it was double crane gunner. We've seen sky junk now. And in that last one, we saw him just run like a really heavy box build with a war drum, which ended up being really impactful. So, curious to see if it pays off again here. I mean, here's the thing about facing off against Cathay players. You never run into them. There's like 3. There have been 3, and all the time that I've been playing Warhammer 3 multiplayer, which has basically been right from the rip at launch, we've had a couple guys, a couple people who have been playing this faction, and even they didn't play all that regularly, so people just don't have experience against Cathay. I would say Danny probably is the best active Grand Cathay player. He brings some seriously wild Cathay builds and makes them look incredible. Curious to see if Crystal Scar maybe can knock him off that pedestal, though. It's possible. A lot of War Dancers. War Dancers are not bad against Jade Warriors, but they're very vulnerable to Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath is going to help our boy Zhao just feast against the Wood Elves here. Wood Elves are not built for getting hit by this spell. We've seen it do some pretty ruinous damage in most of the matchups today. But here especially, you just can't even bring Dryads into this matchup because of their just complete lack of defense against Dragon Breath. They get hit by extra damage because it's a flaming attack. And then the magic damage gets around the Fizz Res on Dryads too. Not that War Dancer's going to do that much more amazing. I mean, they have a pretty low HP pool, and they're pretty reliant on the Fizz Res as well. So, we're going to need to see some big damage going down on Zhao with Tempest, perhaps. I really think Arcane Unforging could have been a good choice. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, not like this. Dude, that was a 700 value cast. Or 550 value, I guess. Oh, man. Yeah, War Dancers get hammered. Other War Dancer takes a little bit of damage. Glade Rider's also getting hurt. Loic's Blessing is down on these guys. And you got Ancient's Protection, giving them some Fizz Res. Nice Tempest. Yeah, Zhao taking a lot of damage from it. Spellweaver's just running past. I really am curious if a Spellweaver with Soul Quench wouldn't be a good option here. Wood Elves are getting into a pretty rough fight, and I don't know what all these Eternal Guard are going to do. Eternal Guard are not going to do anything to Jade Warriors. Look at that Dragon Breath, bro. Filthy. Oh, goodness. So, 1100 value on Zhao. I mean, 2 Dragon Breaths, and he got 500 value out of each of those. And now he's beating up on the Spellweaver a little bit, and beating some Glade Riders into the ground. Now, Nangrel Grenades go down. That's cute. That's nice, but it's a million Jade Warrior crossbows here in the back line, and these guys have been stalwart in every single one of the games that we've seen today. They have done a tremendous job for Crystal Scar, and Galju is already losing steam. He is way down in terms of the value trading. Although he is using the Eternal Guard pretty nicely. One Eternal Guard here actually breaks a Jade Warrior crossbow, which is kind of wild to see. Another one is pushing into the back line, running some of these guys down, but the War Dancers getting completely rolled by Dragon Breath is just probably going to end this game in favor of Cathay. I really think you need to outshoot Cathay. I don't think you can beat them in melee combat. Not if you're going to try and grind through the Jade Warriors. I think if you're going to try and grind through Jade Warriors, you are wasting your time. They're just way too good at holding the line. They're Dowie Warriors, but actually good. Like, they do all of the same stuff Dwarf Warriors do, but better because of harmony. Like, if they just have a little bit of harmony for the majority of a game, way harder to push off because of their leadership. They got, like, the same HP pool. And for whatever reason, they just seem to hold a little bit better because of this defensive stance ability. Like, what it does is the unit stays a little bit more in line with one another, so that fewer models are in contact with your opponent's unit at any one time, which tends to mean that they trade out a little bit better. See here, they're holding up good against the Wildwood Rangers, even. Wildwood Rangers are clearing through some of these Jade Warriors, though, and they are pushing deep into the back line. There's a big mess on this side of the formation for Grand Cathay, but they are rallying up enough units to be able to answer this pretty effectively. Tempest is slowly wearing out Zhao, but he's about to get Burning Vambraces. It's just about to proc. Although it might not, because this is a regular Tempest, not even Overcast. Ooh. Oh, he does get it off. Honestly, at the perfect break point. He's got 5,000 HP all of a sudden. It's another brutal Dragon Breath off, and now he's going after the caster again. He's probably going to kill the Spellweaver, just like a couple hits. Come on. Ooh, smack-a-rooney. Spellweaver is terrified, going to be running away. Zhao Ming is going to turn around and probably just tear out the Eternal Guard who are fighting his Jade Warriors. Continue to drop his spellcasting. 2,600 value on our boy here. Eternal Guard, Ward Answers, doing what they can. This Ward Answer did actually pay for itself, but I'd be fairly impressed if any of the others were quite as effective. Do have one that traded well. Yeah, the two that are running off did pretty atrociously. I can't see any of the Eternal Guard having paid off. Maybe, like, one did. The Stag Knights, the Wild Riders are doing pretty good, but, they don't have the infantry support that their counterparts do. Like, the Jade Lancers already are pretty decent against Wild Riders because they're 300 gold less and heavily armored, with a good charge bonus. With all of the Jade Warriors that are left on the field running around underneath all of these mobile fights, the Wood Elves value trading is going to get real rough. It's going to look bad by the end of this game. And the Sky Junk, oh my goodness, 1,400 value is really doing a great job of helping Cathay here. I mean, the Sky Junks are never going to win you a game, but I will say that in a game where you've done a good job of stopping your opponent's initial pushes, and this thing is alive into the later stages, the last few volleys out of this thing are always slightly higher impact, it seems, than its first few shots. And I think that's just because the combat gets so much more chaotic, and this thing is able to float around pretty safely in the sky for the most part, and it just gets to pick the perfect times to shoot towards the end of games, where it can just absolutely dunk on units. Pretty funny that it's dropping bombs on top of the Glade Riders here. I always forget that they can drop bombs out of the bottom of the thing. At least I think they drop the bombs from here. Maybe they just throw them over the side, push them through this little hole. Where are we going to shoot? Into the Glade Riders? Good call. There's like nothing here that you're going to friendly fire that's important. The Jade Warrior crossbows are going down. Didn't value trade, but they did hold for ages. Peasant Horsemen need to be unsummoned back here. 600 value, 289. Not great, but, you know, pretty solid. Peasant Horsemen are not the most amazing unit, but because you can bring them in so cheaply, and they have, you know, 4 cap weight, tend to be pretty incredible. At least in terms of being able to take points early and often, and then also just supporting Jade Lancers by rear charging like your opponent's units or whatever. Amazing Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming won this game for Cathay. The Dragon Breath was a great addition. I mean, it's rarely going to be disappointing for you, but especially here into the Ward Answer push. it just made an absolute mockery of that early engagement from the Wood Elves. I mean, they had no sauce from the get-go with trying to push around that flank. It was doomed to fail from the start. It was just too aggressive and into a Lord with a perfect spell counter to your infantry clear tools. I don't really know what you do here. You really cannot go full melee into Cathay. You might think it's a good idea, but I think it's a huge trap, actually. I think the more balanced your build is and the better your long-range shooting is, the more likely you are to win, because if you can force Cathay out of their comfort zone of just sitting in formation and getting harmony on everything the entire game, they are really bad. Cathay does not do well when they have to push into other factions. To that end, I very firmly believe that this is a matchup that the Wood Elves are just never going to have an edge in. They don't really have great artillery options. They don't really have anything, to be honest. Like, the closest thing you get to artillery for the Wood Elves is Arrow of Kurnus. That's like limited uses, and it's a strong ability, but it's not carrying a game for you. The best advice that I can give to a Wood Elf player into these guys, I really think Sisters of Twilight can dominate in this matchup. Either your opponent goes for their big lord, like Zhao Ming, and the Sisters of Twilight just poke 'em all game. Where is it? Oh yeah, with Talon of Dawn. No, wait. Is this? Yeah, this is the Bone versus Large. You just bully them with Talon of Dawn all game. You just kind of like float right outside the range of the Jade Warrior crossbows, poking down your opponent's lord, or you poke down the Sky Junk and just rush in, get a hit on it, run away. Make sure that the Sisters of Twilight don't get hard focused by missiles or caught by any weird shenanigans. Really solid unit. I really think the Glade Guard spam would have been the better option. Just bring so many missiles that you just blast through this bronze shield that Jade Warriors have. Hell's Grand Cathay. I don't know why I can never find... I played this game for over 2,500 hours, and I still am like, where is X Faction whenever I open the screen up? It's my ADHD, man. Anyways. There's one of two things you can do with the Glade Guard. You can either push forward and have units occupy the Jade Warriors while you try to kill the crossbows. I would actually advise against that. Just have the Glade Guard poke through the Jade Warrior shields. Like, even the Hagbane tips have good AP values. And they fire pretty quickly. If your opponent wants to bring the Jade Warrior crossbows forward, you can just back up a little bit, because your guys are longer range to begin with. They move a lot faster, too. Like, 30 foot speed for the Jade Warrior crossbows versus 36 for the Glade Guard Hagbane tips. If your opponent pushes in and then they try to retreat, you've also got Firewall moving. So you can just have your Glade Guard kind of shadow and, like, box step with whatever Grand Cathay is doing. It'll be kind of tough for them to close ground against you, and really easy for you to close ground against them. I'd get like a couple Dryads, I guess. I don't really know what you want to do for front line, which is why I just say don't even bother with one. Maybe do like Wraiths of the Frozen Heart, I guess, just to have like a infantry unit on the field. Do this. But Scouts actually hit pretty hard. Swift Shiver Shards are really good against Onyx Crowmen. Onyx Crowmen melt if they get touched. If they get touched by Swift Shiver Shard Fire. And Hagbane Tips and Starfire Shafts have magic damage too, so Focus Fire against the Onyx Crowmen will just melt them if your opponent wants to try and close ground with their You know what, actually, here. You know what we're going to do? Just get your Eternal Guard. I liked the Eternal Guard, actually. And get another Starfire Shaft. Actually, no. Get one Deepwood Scout. Get one Deepwood Scout. Get your Spell Singer. Get a Shadowcaster. And cut everything except the Steed. You don't need Opal Amulet. You don't really need Smoke and Mirrors. Although Smoke and... Actually, you do want Smoke and Mirrors. Bring Smoke and Mirrors and just have your Spell Singer run around with Pit of Shades and Melkoths and just... Pit of Shades, any Jade Warrior blobs or Celestial Dragon Guard. Melkoths, all the cavalry. And something else to remember. Melkoth's really good against Onyx Crowmen as well. Onyx Crowmen are your opponent's most aggressive unit. One of the flimsiest as well. Take full advantage of that. Get some Shielded Wild Riders and the Hunters of Kurnus. You do not need Stag Knights. Stag Knights are overkill for what you need to do in this matchup. You need Wild Riders to control your opponent's Jade Lancers and Onyx Crowmen, and that's really about it. And then you can, like, push in some Dryads. You push in the Dryads a little later in the game, once your opponent has used a lot of the Dragon Breaths. Same with, like, maybe a couple Wildwood Rangers. Yeah, a couple Wildwood Rangers, Raise the Frozen Heart, and then you go for, don't need Treekin. Treekin are very useless here. They just don't do any damage. Probably just cheap stuff. I guess you can get one more Glade Guard Hagbane tip. More shooting is never a bad idea as the, Wood Elves. Just try and blast stuff down. Use the Sisters of Twilight aggressively. Use those Soporific Breaths to punish, blobbed up positions. Really good for that. These guys are just a nightmare to deal with. Maybe you get Conjoined Destiny off, maybe you don't. Regardless, they're more than enough to control your opponent's big single entity characters and shoot some of the like Sky Lanterns or Sky Junks that you might see. Not that you're going to see Sky Lanterns that often, but a Sky Junk, yeah. You might run into those on a pretty regular basis. They have gone from being kind of a unit that I disrespected pretty immensely in terms of what they offered, but kind of turned around on them overall in terms of what I think they offer. A surprisingly solid unit to throw in. Honestly, I'd get rid of Arcane Conduit and get Plague of Rust here. Because Strength of Yang is a really nice boost to weapon damage for Zhao Ming himself and anything around him. 55 meters is pretty big. Dragon Breath is a really cheap spell. Oh, whoops. There you go. Dragon Breath is really cheap. It's all you need against Wood Elves. You don't need the Arcane Conduit to be able to spell spam it. You start off with enough WOM to be able to get a few really good overcasted ones off. And then you just pace yourself the rest of the battle. By the time your opponent is engaging, you should have like 30-40 WOM in the bank. Because Wood Elves are not going to immediately rush you. They're probably going to be poking you for the most part early on. And then want to close with you for like a finishing blow. And that's when you can get the Dragon Breaths off to really keep yourself in the game and maybe even flip it in a bad spot if you're not winning decisively. Just do the Jade Lancers and the Crowmen. I really love the Empress Crowmen. And Peasant Horsemen. Honestly, me personally, I would try to find a way to like fit Bands of the Silver Road in. Because they do pretty good damage with the fire. And they do imbue flammable, and then Nanko Grenades can get in and get like some shots off. Unlike what, one Peasant Long Spearman ain't bad. This would be my personal army for Grand Cathay. At least if I was doing something similar to what we saw that last round. There's definitely a few things you can do. You can try Durthu against Cathay. Durthu is actually pretty good against bunched up formations, because sort of Daith and Flock of Doom together really melt infantry formations. So just huge AoEs, man, and they do a ton of damage to everything. Lamentation of Despairs isn't even that bad of a little magic missile. It's really short range, but can use it to like blast cavalry or Onyx Crowman. In a pinch, you could use it on like Zhao Ming or something. Problem with Durthu is that he can get punched pretty hard in the mouth by like Final Transmutation, something like that. He doesn't have a way to heal himself, and he's pretty expensive. Sisters of Twilight actually still have like something to heal themselves with, and it allows you to bring a better, more effective like elite removal tool with the Pit of Shades. And if you don't need to remove anything elite, then you just Melkoths all game. There's a lot of ins and outs here, but I think that's a slightly more optimal build for dealing with Cathay. Thoughts on just four Waywatcher? Yeah, 4 Waywatchers is another option. You can just blast through any of the shielded infantry with 4 Waywatchers. Dragon Breath cooks the archers just the same. That's true. But that's why the Sisters of Twilight are there. The Sisters of Twilight keep distance between you and Big Flying Boy, because Dragon Breath has 100-meter range. Where is it? It's only got 100-meter range. That's pretty close. You gotta get real close to get Dragon Breath off. With the Sisters in the way, just poking at Zhao Ming and then engaging him in melee whenever he tries to fully close the gap, you can keep him off your back. Because they thump on their dragon, I promise you. Oh my goodness, I have seen them do some pretty heinous stuff. Yeah, the matchup is really rough, just because of your opponent's ability to bring out durable infantry backed up by durable missiles who punch pretty hard and aren't at that much of a range disadvantage against you. Cathay is definitely tough for Wood Elves. There is no dispute on that. I don't know if there's really a way to make it favorable for Wood Elves. It is nice that they do run into a couple factions that can actually adequately deal with them. Cathay is really cool, man. I will always give mad props to any Cathay player, because it is a tough faction to run. You don't get any freebies as Cathay. You work for every last up trade. Who have we not covered? Haven't seen Brandon play. Galju and Wally. Seen a lot of Jimmy's games, so we're going to try and focus in on some of the people that we haven't seen tons of. Let's watch this Tzeentch versus Chorfs game. It's a pretty tough matchup for Tzeentch. Chaos Tower is just good against all the Chaos factions in my experience. I think that the worst Chaos matchup for the Chaos Dwarves is probably Slaanesh, but that's pretty much true for everybody. Slaanesh is really aggressive and has a lot of really crazy units.
They think they have the power to stop us. Let us show them how wrong they are.
The reason this matchup tends to be tough for Chaos across the board is that Chaos Towers just have a lot of magic damage and flaming attacks, and they've got a lot of fire resistance in their own right, so like you can't really even bring a lot of the otherwise really solid Tzeentch options and feast with them in the same way. Because Changebringers get outranged for 1. 2, they lose like 40% of their effectiveness against stuff like Kadai. 35%, whatever. Same difference. And Chowie Warriors have like 15, 25% fire resist. Just a lot of irritating little factors that play into it. Khorne loses out because Iron Demons are just a nightmare to shut down for Khorne. Good Iron Demon play from a Chorf player is just going to have you crying, throwing up, everything in between. The Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders get dove on, though, real fast. Brandon, you've got to keep an eye on the Wolf Raiders. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders run away so fast from Furies because of the fear-causing effect. These guys have really bad leadership at base. You've got to protect them with stuff. Really need that malign authority available, which is why Bull Centaur Renders are so useful to have around. They give that extra 8 leadership, and suddenly Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders have the same leadership value as a Marauder Horseman. Kadai Fireborn getting into the armored units here. This is another reason that the matchups are so rough. Kadai Fireborn are just such a great unit. I mean, magic attacks, flaming attacks, big weapon strength, a huge bonus versus infantry, and fairly decent melee defense. Minotaurs and shooting are the best way to deal with these guys. And Khorne is the only one with the Minotaurs to handle these guys. And then a lot of the throwing horsemen actually have pretty poor ability to handle the Kadai. For example, the Tzeentch horsemen, they have fire damage and magic attacks. So yeah, they get around the Fizz res of the Kadai, but they don't get through the fire resistance, and they do debuff the armor by 10. The 10 armor, though, on the Kadai is really not a break point. And they just go to town on any armored infantry or demon alike. Like, cycle charging Kadai with Cynagors is probably your best way of killing them. These Forsaken and the Zangors are just getting rolled. Brutal engagement. That's a good Plague of Rust. I do like the metal magic inclusion. I really love adding Plague of Rust into the mix here. Really good for making sure that the Kadai Fireborn are not just like uber sauced up in all of their melee engagements, but you really need some follow through there. There's no shooting follow through. There's no high DPS type of units on top of them. Honestly, you want to know what my 2 cents is? Like, engage with the Zangors and the Forsaken over here. The Kadai are both blobbed up there. You run your Chaos Sorcerer Lord up over here and you drop the Chaos Spawn Summon on the back of the Kadai. Then you use Plague of Rust on one of them and you just, like, block them into a fight and do everything you can to drag them down. The Chaos Chariot of Tzeentch is doing pretty good. It's running over a lot of Laborers, which is cool. Not really the most impactful thing in the world. Tzeentch does grab all the points out the gate. Brandon is pretty far pushed back. He's having a little bit of a hard time, but the Kadai are rallying back to that middle point. They'll do a lot better there. All those Shrieking Sky Rays and a bunch of Zangors and Blue Horrors are isolating one of the Kadai out on the flank here. Huge over pursuit. You just keep both those Kadai together. You've got a pretty tough little blob of units that can just run your opponent down and just macerate them bit by bit.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Well, since our renders were fighting that Chaos Spawn summon, so honestly, that would not really work against a more experienced player, but for the purposes of this game, Dalton got huge value out of that Chaos Spawn summon because it almost killed the Bull Centaur renders. That's a 1,600 gold unit. Or are they 1450 now? I can't remember. Chaos Dow keep getting cost reductions and changes. Pretty sure they're 1,600 nowadays. So about 1,000 value out of one Chaos Spawn summon is pretty incredible. Searing Doom and Plague of Rust have put in quite a bit of work, and the Forsaken, man, clearing out all the laborers is nice. I do love Forsaken in the matchup against the Chaos Dowie, especially if you're Tzeentch. Because these guys have magic damage and they don't have flaming attacks or anything, they can just get in and really punch some units in the face, run away, and get their barrier back. They're really good at outmaneuvering Chaos Dowie warriors, so you can kind of ignore them in this particular instance. Works out pretty nicely. The Deathshriek rocket launcher gets pummeled by the Soul Grinder. The Soul Grinder is definitely the right call in this matchup. Just an amazing single entity artillery piece. Very disruptive, very good at killing the Chaos Dwarf artillery, and has actually taken both down now. Hell Cannon goes down, the Deathshriek rocket launcher goes down. Really nicely done by Joe Dalton. He gets aggressive early, but he doesn't overstay his welcome on this point. He's done a pretty good job of pulling Chaos Dowie units out of position and then following up with isolations on them. And just slowly whittling down the artillery. The Chariots, man, they cleaned up all of those laborers. And there was a lot of laborers. Maybe a few too many. Orc laborers are really not that good of a unit. You should just only ever bring Goblin laborers, in my opinion. The Orcs don't really offer you a whole lot. Fire magic against Tzeentch, yeah, that's honestly a good call. Burning Head is really solid. You can use Flamestorm as well to break up any pesky, like, Zangors or Chaos Warriors that might be hanging around. Bringing this guy on foot, though, man. I really feel like you benefit a lot as Chaos Dowie from having a really strong Lord on a mount. Personally, I think Lamasu's are the way to go against Tzeentch, because Lamasu's have a silence aura. They can get after Changebringers, because they do have pretty good combat stats and good weapon strength. Just don't have a lot of armor piercing. So you can fly after Changebringers if they come out for some reason. I don't know why they would in this matchup, but, you know, people do crazy stuff all the time in this game. I just said earlier in the stream that surprise can be the greatest X factor that you can possibly bring to the table. It's not like Changebringers fall off that hard with the fire resistance, and there are targets for them to hit. Placenta Renders are a pretty good target for Changebringers. They can roast the infantry pretty reliably. It's just Kadai Fireborn that Changebringers are not so good against, and it really is the Kadai Fireborn that you need to have solid counters for. Because if you don't have counters for them, then, like I said, the Chaos Dowie oftentimes just, like, hard counter your front line, and then are just really good mass for pinning in your mobility until, like, Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders come out in numbers, and they just, like, run down all the Furies, and Senegors, and Chariots, and all of the other goodies that you really want. Soul Grinder's going to go down here, but it got 1900 value. Actually rallies. Wow, okay. Never mind. Going to hang in here a little bit longer. Nope, now it's going to start crumbling again. It's going to actually die this time. Looks like it is. End off pretty nice, though. And Senegors get a beautiful charge and surround on the Bolt Centaur Renders. Completely surrounding the unit. Chariots are getting beat up by the Kadai Fireborn, but kind of painful to see your anti-large unit getting roasted this badly. I would run the Senegors out now. They've lost their charge bonus. They might be able to finish this unit. I'll just be a little careful, because you don't ever really want to be up in your opponent's spawn points. It's okay right now, because you are winning by a substantial margin, so don't get comfortable doing this kind of stuff, though. You can get into a bad habit of over-pursuing opponents, and really experienced players are going to just, like, adapt and change up what they do against you. And they'll start pulling you into traps in their own backline and really give you a run for your money. You just really got to read the battlefield appropriately before you can do stuff like this. But Joe did a really good job of pursuing back in there when he knew he had the advantage. A lot of artillery, and the artillery didn't really do much of anything. I mean, granted, they didn't have great targets. I would just not really want to bring 2 arty pieces as the Chaos Down. I wouldn't want 3 in my build at all. You pick your poison at the beginning. You go, okay, I either want Hell Cannons, which are pretty good against everything. Deathstreak rocket launchers, which are amazing against single entities, or really solid against infantry. Or you bring magma cannons, which are just devastating in infantry, but not so good against much of anything else. Way too many Bolt Centaur renders. You are never going to be able to summon out all of these guys. And you're leaving yourself real thin on the mobile front. You have no infantry. Way too hopeful of a build. You can bring dual weapon Bull Centaurs, sure. But you want to like mix and match. You really do want the great weapons most of the time. I mean, you got Kadai Fireborn. Why do you need more anti-infantry? Like, the Bull Centaur renders are faster, sure, but not by that much. You should content yourself with 2 great weapon Bull Centaur renders. In terms of Lord choices, man, if you're going to go for a foot character, why would you waste your time with a Sorcerer Prophet who's, what, Lore Fire, get rid of that, get rid of that. It's not like he's that expensive. He's quite cheap. I mean, 1,500 ain't bad, but for not that much more, just take a look at what you can get. You can get Astrogoth, dude. I mean, Astrogoth is a frickin' nightmare to handle sometimes. For 400 and something more gold, just find something to cut. Just cut all those damn orc laborers. Just get all the goblins, man. It's like 4 goblins, a couple dwarf warriors, get the hell cannon. Got 1350. You get hobgoblins. You get another orc laborer, or goblin laborer. Sorry. It's like the same build. A lot more tightly focused with actual line-holding infantry. So the problem was you just lost the point immediately because all your laborers had bad cap weight and ran away instantly. That left the Kadai Fireborn without anything to anchor on, and they do need some chaff to sit with to grind effectively. And then that ultimately meant that your artillery was able to be whittled down by the Soul Grinder, which was totally uncontested. Absolutely no answers for that. Just slowly got overwhelmed. Getting Infernal Guard Fireglaive. Don't waste your money on blunderbusses. Blunderbusses are really bad, honestly. You need to babysit the hell out of these things. It's not worth it. Fireglaives fire crazy fast. They've got tons of ammo. They do really good damage at range. Solid defensive stats. Something that you can actually peel for, unlike the blunderbusses, which are really awful in melee. Save yourself the headache. Spend the extra 300 gold. Get one of those guys. Live, laugh, love. And Blazing Beards. I think they're a really good auto-include unit. Get 3 of those Wolf Raiders. What else do you want? You could do like another Chaos Wolf Warrior, I guess. Or like an Infernal Ironsworn. Actually could be really good into Tzeentch, especially. Because Tzeentch is going to be having a hard time with their range tools staying alive. Infernal Ironsworn are pretty safe to bring in, because probably not seeing an Exalted Flamer. You can always run an Exalted Flamer down with Astrogoth, and anything flying in the air, you've got your Wolf Raider Archers and Infernal Guard Fireglaves for. Hell Cannon can also kind of shoot up in the air. You got a little bit of money left over here. What do you want? For 850. I don't think a bolt thrower is very good. I'd rather have like a Wolf Raider, to be honest, and then just an Orc Laborer. It's a good build for anti-Tzeentch activity, I think. You just Flamestorm blobs of infantry and just have Astrogoth run around and try and like beat up on your opponent's horse character. Pretty good for that. It's pretty survivable. He's got a pretty big HP pool for a foot character. And 2,500 mass means he can push out of stuff. Valkia could never. Valkia just gets insta-stuck in things. But Astrogoth is able to run away a lot of the time. He's also got immune to psychology, so like Chicken Lords can't terror route him, which is really nice. And he's got the stats to be able to sit and fight with them. And he's got this Black Hammer of Hatchet, which is just a massive weapon strength buff. This is an auto-include item on Astrogoth, in my opinion. It makes him one of the better duelists in the game, honestly. May not kill somebody like Tyrion or something, but anybody short of like the absolute pinnacle of single entity dueling is gonna struggle as long as Black Hammer of Hatchet is active. Yeah, 1550. What else have we got here? Let's try and get one more good replay in. Let's watch Charybdis and Kramer. Haven't watched Kramer play at all today, and we only saw one game from Charybdis. So we got Wood Elves versus Norska, so two uber powerful factions. In point of fact, I would go so far as to say that, like, Norska and Wood Elves facing off against one another is like Team 1A versus Team 1B. Both of them are comfortably in the top 3 just for the sheer number of good matchups that they have.
I would throw your lives to the mercy of the gods, if it pleased. You are fortunate, then, that I need you alive.
Okay, so here's the thing. Back in the day, before the DLC, I would have said this was Wood Elf favored, but now that you can bring Shaman Caster with Burning Head, and he's like dirt cheap, and you can bring Dreadmaws and Chimeras, I think this is pretty favored for Norska. Got Bearmen too, are pretty solid units into the Dryads, and not even bad into War Dancers. It's just the HP pool on Bearmen that makes them so freaking solid in so many situations. You just use your single entities to disrupt, you get some chariots on the field, and you swarm with Norscan Ice Wolves, and you just overwhelm. And then Burning Head just clears up anything that your opponent might be trying to anchor on. Really, really effective, simple strategy. Orion is on the field, which is pretty interesting. He doesn't have any abilities. I do really like his abilities. Orion's Hunt, which is like Gehenna's Golden Hounds, basically, is a pretty good little vortex. And Talon's Claw is good against cavalry. It's like a bombardment that Orion has. They do cost a little bit of money, though, and Orion is pretty expensive. He's just here as an Unbreakable Lord, and Cloak of Isha is going to try and keep him in fights when he gets really low on HP. Dryads chilling, and it actually yeah, Wild Rider's going in real early to get after some of the Ice Wolves. Good idea in theory, but there are so many dogs out on the field right now, including Beasts of Tashnar, who just came in. Riders of the Mighty Serpent are also back here, providing a leadership buff. Or actually, just out of range with the battle songs. A little unfortunate, but whatever. Regardless, the Beasts of Tashnar, really good anti-large tool, and Wild Riders get landed on by the Chimera and immediately start terror routing, and that is a big loss. Not worth the exchange of one Norscan Ice Wolf. Brutal Burning Head. Ooh. Owie. Dryads got roasted. Does do a little damage to these Bearmen. What's the rotation on this? It's going to roast its own Bearmen again. Kind of collapse into some of the War Dancers and the Triads. Kind of a wash overall on that one, but you know, just the big win out here means that Norska should be able to ramp up the pressure as long as Charybdis gets his micro going out here. He should be able to kill the Wild Riders if he establishes mobile control. Then even if he loses the melee fights, he should be able to bounce around the points and shock damage down all the Dryads and the War Dancers, because they are pretty flimsy. Even with the Phys-Res, they just have low armor and low HP pools. There's something that you can kind of bully around with Ice Wolves regardless of the Phys-Res. Losing control of my mouse for a second there. Wild Rider's going to run away here. Chimera's just continuing to tear out these very expensive cavalry. Kramer's keeping it close right now. We've got some Kurgan Horsemen, great weapons. I don't know why you're bringing great weapons and not dual weapons, but, you know. Okay, sure. The dual weapons just have, like, better stats overall, and I believe have higher weapon strength. Lack the AP, obviously, but it's a little bit easier to spread around onto all these War Dancer type units. Wood Elves have got 2 points. It took a little while for Norsca to grab one of these outside objectives, but they did manage to do it. Beasts of Tashnar are routing. It didn't quite pay for themselves. Norscan Ice Wolves are continuing to run around and cause problems, though. Let's see where these Glade Riders go. Glade Riders have been okay. They've done a little bit of poke here. They've kept a lot of Norscan units off balance, at the very least. Norscan Ice Wolves do have Frostbite. They're going to catch one of these Glade Riders, but a fresh Wild Rider summon is going to be able to peel for these guys. Should be something you can keep safe. And you can see, Kramer is down in value. It's not looking amazing for him. This is going to be a brutal Burning Head. Oh, man. War Dancer's getting absolutely cooked there. Dryads also getting clipped by it. They're already pretty beat up, and that might get their leadership into a situation where it might break in an inopportune moment here. Looks like they'll hang on. 1200 on the Burning Head caster. Skinwolf Werekin continuing to fight and accrue value slowly but surely. Dreadmaw goes underground, gets away from Orion. Orion with 660 value. Jeez Louise. If I could just say it, not spray it. Dryads re-securing the #1 objective here. Very beat up. Probably not too long for this world. Riders of the Mighty Serpent have gotten some pretty good value, but the Glade Riders should just focus fire against these dudes here and just kill them now. Breath Attack on some of the beat-up Dryads. Not really worth it, but whatever. What do you... I mean, you can just save that till the end of the game if you really wanted to. I would have preferably seen it used on the Glade Riders, actually, because they're right here. If your opponent's not paying attention and you hit a Breath Attack on the cavalry here, it'd still do amazing damage to those guys. Weight Watchers are on the way in. Probably want to shoot the Chimera. Chimera has been pretty disruptive this game. Not the most value in the world, but close to 500 now is not terrible at all. Norsca is still kiting around. These Wild Riders don't have a shield. They do not want to chase Riders of the Mighty Serpent. And they're all the way in the back line of Norsca, nonetheless. Just staying aggressive, and they're going to get pulled into an ambush here shortly. I mean, there are a ton of spawn points around here. What I would do right now, if I were Zarybdis, is get a Norscan Ice Wolf out and just immediately rush these guys. Build up whatever supplies I could and get either another Ice Wolf or get Beasts of Tashnar out of the Vanguard and into the back of the engagement. Orion is getting bullied now. He is a fine combatant and duelist, but this happens a lot with him, where he doesn't support the rest of the Wood Elf builds well enough, and then he just gets found at the end of a match by a strong counter unit, and he just gets ripped up. I mean, there's nothing you can do against all of these Skinwolves. Like, he'll survive through this longer than most characters would, but it's not going to be pretty. He just doesn't have any armor, and these guys have pretty vicious bonuses versus large. So that low melee defense of Orion is really hurting him right now. If any character is going to have immune to flanking, Orion is actually one of the ones where I don't think it would be broken on him.
I mean, we could see it get put on him, and then it turns out he actually is broken with it, but I'd have to actually see the proof in the pudding. I don't think it would be that strong on him, to be honest. His armor is really low. Immune to flanking, in my opinion, is kind of broken on characters that have really high armor. Because there's so many sources of damage that are just completely nullified by having a bunch of armor that allows immune to flanking to stack and be even more effective. A unit with immune to flanking with a bunch of armor sitting on a spear unit is basically invulnerable. Like, ask people what it's like to bring Silver and Guard into Skull Taker, for example. Where, like, Silver and Guard are a really solid unit against just about every other large character. Skull Taker just rips them up, makes them look like an absolute joke of a unit, and then your ornate opponent laughs as you cry and get completely folded up. Zaripta staying aggressive with the Skinwolves. The more Skinwolves that are out and available for Norska, the more likely it is they win this game, because Skinwolves are really tough for Wild Riders to handle. It's one of the few examples where Wild Riders are just massively outclassed in the mobile fights. Because they don't surround Skinwolves very well. Skinwolves have a few more models in their units than typical monstrous infantry do, which means that where normally Wild Riders will just surround the 16 models of a unit and start poking them down, the extra 8 in this unit actually stops them from getting full surrounds on most of the models. And then the regeneration and the frenzy and the bonus versus large ends up winning through more often than not. And you gotta remember also that Skinwolves also have Fizz Res, and Wild Riders, being a little bit more generalist because they don't have that bonus versus large, fall off really badly. Wild Hunters of Kurnus are really the only Wild Rider that's good against Skinwolves. Shaman Sorcerers hanging around. Chimera's a little beat up. Didn't get great value. Still got 2 Flaming Breaths. You can, like, bring it over and hit the Way Watchers if you want to. Dreadmaw is disrupting the Way Watchers, by the way. These guys have gotten their value back. Not super surprising. Way Watchers are so easy to farm value with. Trying to kill the Skinwolf Werekin here. Wouldn't be the end of the world for Norska to lose that guy. Skinwolf's out here, pretty beat up. Kramer just needs to get Bearmen on the field. He's got 2 coming out here. Needs another one to push this other side of the field. I don't know why he's summoning them all onto this side of the field. I guess he wants to use them to stop the Way Watchers from shooting everything to death. Sure, I mean, you gotta go pedal the metal and face check this side of the field here before the Wood Elves start building up a bunch of defensive units over there. Skinwolves are moving over, and we're gonna just forsake the push onto the Way Watchers, I guess, now. Dreadmaw is underground, waiting for orders. Chimera also waiting for orders. Shaman Sorcerer should just keep running away. And Orion did survive. I mean, he's hanging in there. He's got 1,800 value, which is pretty solid. Whatever happened to the caster for the Wood Elves? I didn't even see her go down. That's the thing about Norska, is they can go so aggressive. It's kind of hard to cover the entire battlefield where they're fighting, because they can hit every angle at any moment because of how much speed they have. Trying to keep track of it all can be a little dizzying of an experience at times. Nice enough breath attack. It did a little bit of damage to these Skinwolves, actually. That's causing them to rout. Really painful. Oof. Wraiths of the Frozen Heart and this regular Dryad doing a great job of holding it down over here. Well, trying to cap the point, actually. Really close to flipping it. A lot of Dryads on the other side. Bearmen are just going to go sit in the middle. And I guess we are going to commit to a push on the number 3. Wood Elves run off, and I think they might lose the point because of that. They run just far enough off that the Norskins are able to flip the objective back a bit. Zarip just clinging onto it desperately. Chimera is contributing here. It's pretty low HP, but the Norskan Ice Wolves are in underneath it, so they're buffering a lot of the damage for it. You see that it's just not taking much damage from the 1 or 2 Dryads that are trying to hit it. Normally, the Dryads that are on the back of this Chimera would be doing a decent amount of damage through the armor and the defenses. But because of the immune to flanking effect, they just can't make contact the way they really want to and normally could. Which does mean that Norska is going to be persevering through this fight. Norscan Ice Wolves looking real dominant. Rear charge here, Bearman here. Wood Elves not recapping that point is really sad. They really needed to retake that, and Way Watchers are continuing to get bullied a little bit by the Dreadmaw. It's not like the Dreadmaw has been the most amazing single entity in the world this game, but it's done enough to occupy attention back here for the Wood Elves that their really high value missiles have not been able to get the most effective damage off possible because they've been shooting this single entity for so long. They've done good damage to it, but it survives, and it's going to continue to cause leadership problems by being a terror-causing unit. Great Weapon Kurgan's coming back out. Going to rear charge the Dryads here, I'm sure. See how they hold up. I'd bounce out and make sure I can get a cleaner charge. Although there are Wild Riders here. You got Wild Riders, Wildwood Rangers coming in. Number 3 is locked down. Kramer does still have the lead. It's going to be a photo finish, man. The Wood Elves flip any of these points and hold it for an extended period. It'd be a pretty comfortable win for Kramer, but I don't see him grabbing any of these points. Nice burning head just right down the pipe on the Wildwood Rangers, and probably also using it that way so they can hit the Way Watchers, who were kind of blobbed up on the Dreadmaw. Dreadmaw's underground again, Way Watchers again, looking pretty raggedy, but still getting some shots off. Riders of the Mighty Serpent come back in. Barrowman looking triumphant on this middle point. Pretty beat up, and it's been a struggle for them a lot of this game. Wood Elves do have good melee infantry for the most part. One of the reasons why they're such a strong elf faction, in fact. There's just not enough. There's not enough presence in the field from the Wood Elves. Losing their caster was big. You know, Orion, he's hanging in here, but he has really not contributed much value since he ran out of ammo. And has just been forced into these melee fights because he's constantly engaging on infantry. He really should just be running after the armored skinwolves and trying to help the Wildwood Rangers kill those guys. The Riders of the Mighty Serpent are slowly whittling him down here. Hanging on by the barest of margins right now, man. Down to 600 HP, dropping to 5. The Skinwolves and the Bearmen really starting to hammer against old buddy here. Getting up to 600. Ooh, gets hit by a huge volley from the Riders. Alright, we gotta stay here and see if Orion goes down. Does get a nice little chop against the Skinwolf. A little bit of friendly fire also. Dreadmaw with its shooting, hammering home. Orion dead? Yeah, oh my god, man. Skewered. It go. 2 javelins go through his ear, and another one through the back of the head. Dude got triple tapped. Yeah, Zariptis gets a really late triple cap. I think he did genuinely need that as well. Or maybe not quite. No, he didn't quite need it. He would have won by like 70-something points. Too lazy to do all the math on it. Really close game regardless. The triple cap at the end does help Zaribdis just secure that win very comfortably. But huge props for bringing Orion. I think with maybe slightly smoother micro on him, I think we could see a total reversal on the fortunes of that game. You just gotta keep that Spell Singer alive. Whew. Excuse me. Keep Spellsinger alive, and I think you're looking pretty. And honestly, I would cut a War Dancer, get Orion's abilities. I would cut Colossal Strike on him, actually. I don't think he needs it. Orion is a good enough fighter that he benefits from it, sure. I mean, he's got good weapon strength, and he can always use a little bit extra. But I don't think it's high impact enough to quite justify itself. Get rid of that. 2100 Orion with Hawk's Talon and Hounds of Orion. He's only 150 more. Just do 2 War Dancers. And then your Dryads. Skirmish Cavalry. Although I will say, regular Glade Riders, not really a huge fan of them. I would actually go for the Hagbane Tips, because they have magic damage, and magic damage good against Norska. Skinwolf, people forget that Skinwolves have Physres, and they don't have a lot of armor. You don't need fire damage to kill Skinwolves, you just need to get around the physical resistance, slow them, and just hammer away at them. Don't let them have any breathing room to get the regeneration going. If you do that, they're very easy pickings, honestly. Oh yeah, you're going for Flock of Doom, I guess. The Elven Steed. Although you could just cut that and just have her running around on foot, which I don't even think is a bad call. You got 600 more gold. You can get Hagbane Tip, Glade Guard. Get Wraiths. Get a couple Wildwood Rangers. I don't think you need double Wave Watcher. I think you just want Hawkeyes of Drakira. That Discourage effect against Norska is really nasty. Take advantage of it. Excuse me. Wild Riders, yeah. But I think Glade Riders with Spears are actually a pretty good counter to the Norscan Ice Wolves. What you do is have Wild Riders take the front engagement against the Ice Wolves, and then the Glade Riders go around the back and they get a rear charge, and they'll just very quickly roll up the Hounds. Norscan Ice Wolves have pretty bad leadership, and they're also pretty flimsy in terms of armor. They don't have any physical resistance or anything like Flesh Hounds do, and whatnot. So you can definitely bully them in the skirmish game. Or I guess really in the mobility fights. Strider is the most annoying thing about the Norscan Ice Wolves. On a map like Dunes of Cain, that's not really something you need to question, though. Ooh, Swiftshiver Shards are a good idea, yeah. I like that one too, Galju. I'm just trying to build the army out, kind of like how just playing it last game. This build keeps the same like heart and spirit. It just optimizes it a little bit more, I think. It's a little bit more likely to consistently succeed. If you wanna just go Deepwood Scout Swiftshivers, 3 or 4 of these guys just blasting Skinwolves and Bearmen is honestly pretty effective. These guys have huge damage output with their missile strength. And they have a lot of ammo, fairly long range too at 155 meters. Just don't let them get caught and you're fine. Just need to keep Ice Wolves off of them. And they'll get all the value you could possibly need. What have we got? Can we do one more game? I actually think this is a good one to end on. We haven't seen a ton of Dalton or Bonds today. We saw them earlier. Let's see them fighting one another. Curious to see how this one plays out. get a good advice-heavy game here before we end stream.
Since demands death, but not before they realize their mistake in opposing his will.
Cool. Chaos Lords of Tzeentch are really amazing duelists. Great anti-large characters. Absolutely gonna oh, Silastra's on foot. Well, regardless, still stomp Silastra. You know, Silastra might get clapped here by the Chaos Lord. That'd be pretty hilarious, honestly. I really want to see it. Scurvy Dog's going to get charged by Furies. Not great for the Hounds. Hounds get folded by Furies pretty hard. Furies just have way better damage output. Fizzres helps keep them alive. Chaos Chariot's out over there as well. Big line of Forsaken, and Zangor's moving in. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. That was a brutal burning head. That seems a little low for 300 value. I guess it is just pistol mobs, but nonetheless, do gotta get rid of these guys somehow, and I feel like it might have left maybe 200 extra value off the table there. Forsaken and Zangors get into the easiest fight of their lives. They're gonna rip these gunnery mobs apart here. Yeah, I think Bonds is maybe not... Bonds is definitely new, but maybe also not really all that familiar with the maps. Honestly, Vampire Coast just needs to pick a side of the field and keep all of their forces on that side of the shot blockers. Because you will always have zombies to feed into the middle to hold onto the cap. The best thing you can do is just stagger all of your zombies out, keeping your opponent off of the high ground here, or at the very least, well back of it, unless they want to, like, run forward and try and creep around the side, where you can then bring Scurvy Dogs and Morngulls forward to punish that. Have your shooting backing it up. Again, make sure that it's staggered so it's less likely to get hit by burning head spam, and then just fight your opponent on the number 2. Just commit Rotting Prometheans and Depth Guard in there, backed up by the cap weight of the deckhand mobs, and you'll be pretty happy. Cultist is getting some pretty brutal burning heads. I mean, this one roasts a bunch of polearms, gets back and roasts some handgunners before it dissipates. Better rotation, it could have clipped the this gunnery mob as well and done some work against them. Yeesh. Alright, Forsaken getting attacked by Morngulls. Morngulls a little overextended here. They actually don't like fighting Forsaken. Forsaken actually beat up on Morngulls pretty badly because they're ITP, for one. No terror routes happening here. Crazy high weapon strength with a good charge bonus and decent melee attack, and Morgulls have bad melee defense, really low armor. They have the hunger, yeah, which is nice, but the shock damage on their HP pool can get pretty heinous pretty quickly. Once they start dropping models, the hunger is way less effective too. And they're getting melted by the blues. Tzeentch looking to be in a pretty good spot right now. I would not have the Chaos Lord over here. I mean, I guess it's fine if he's fighting the Prometheans. It's a good target for him. I would just want him to be going after Silastra, man. You get like 3 or 4 good hits on Silastra, and she'll be basically in the garbage can from the perspective of this Chaos Lord. I understand not committing here, because even with Silastra being on foot and being vulnerable to magic damage, as an ethereal unit, she can be kind of hard to kill, just because she has lots of summons that she can throw down. It's also got Kraken's Pull, no Tide Call or anything. Tide Call is really good on Silastra. People don't really bring tons of heavily armored stuff, because it's really better to go wide if you can against Coast than it is to go narrow and armored elite stuff. Khorne does the elite pushes really well against these guys because they can just spam Chaos Warriors, and Chaos Warriors just feast on everything. But Tzeentch Chaos Warriors aren't quite built the same. They're a little bit easier to route with Mournguls because the Khorne Chaos Warriors have Frenzy. Tzeentch Chaos Warriors don't have any ITP of any kind whatsoever. You're probably going to see more Forsaken from Tzeentch than anything in terms of heavy armor. And Mournguls can still kind of bully up on them if they're supported. This is how the Mourngul should have been fighting against the Forsaken earlier. This Forsaken got a ton of extra value because Bonds overextended his Mourngul into it. You keep Mournguls on top of Scurvy Dogs or Gunnery Mobs or Deckhand Mobs, they will clear Forsaken no problem and bully pretty much anything else. Chaos Chariot's getting some good charges in here in the mid-game. Going after the Titus Skjold. Pretty good call. I mean, Titus Skjold's kind of a weird elite unit. I mean, they're like a real doghouse deckhand mob that has Rowdy, of all things, like a perfect vigor zombie unit. I don't know the utility of it. I guess they have Frenzy, which is nice, but it's kind of a bizarre situation being undead and having Frenzy, because your leadership is really low on zombies. Like, they rarely have their Frenzy active for an extended period. I think maybe they could find a way to rework the Titus Skjold to be a little bit better of a unit overall. Right now, they're just kind of crap, and they're like a novelty, in my opinion. Telastra is actually surviving the pressure from the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch. The Rotting Promethean summon protecting her and helping her out immensely, but she actually just crumbles out. She gets hit by, I think, some of the javelins here from the Marauder Horsemen and goes down, and the Chaos Sorcerer Lord will rally before the edge of the map. Which means that Tzeentch is just going to dominate on the leadership front now. Not that it matters too much for Undead. Crumbling, though, does get pretty painful in late-game situations because, yeah, it's just a perpetual Mortis engine, basically, on your unit. It's not quite as powerful as the AoE Mortis engines are, but just get pretty painful, and your units do disintegrate a little bit faster because they hit that pseudo shattered state that undead units do, and then they just fall apart completely. Mourngul's going in for some blue horrors. Zangor's gonna get a rear charge on these guys though, probably gonna start crumbling them out. Zangors have pretty decent combat stats. They can fight against a Mourngul decently because they have ITP from their Primal Fury. They can hang in for a little while against a Mourngul just fine. Good follow through with Furies as well. Furies do good damage to Mournguls, and that's going to be a GG. We get a big old Tzeentch army ability back here on two of the pistol mobs, and they're going to go down. Depth Guard just cleaved through all of these Centaurs. Look at how brutal these Centaurs got beat here by these Depth Guard. Are there Polearm Depth Guard in here too? No, that's just those are the Centaur axes. Okay. Pretty awesome stuff. I do love me some Depth Guard play. I love the Vampire Coast. I do not have the patience to play them though. And they're a pretty tough faction for newer people to helm. Low armor across the board, susceptibility to specific spell kits. Especially single spells with wind type effects like Burning Head just will absolutely crush your army if your opponent is good about where they're placing those spells. That's kind of what happened here. Crazy Queen Bess in the back pocket. Why did you not bring this out first thing? Honestly, would have been a pretty good unit to have for facing down this Tzeentch army.
Got a lot of infantry here. Queen Bess is best against infantry, so I'd have saved up the money and just brought it out and immediately gone for trying to get kills with it. To each his own, I guess. The Mornghuls were just not that good. Not super surprised by that. The Depth Guard were solid, though. I don't know about... Regular Rotting Prometheans are not that good. Keep them off the list. The gunnery mobs are good because their little shotgun riders actually have pretty good damage output. Just keep that in mind whenever you're picking your units. That's fair, Rust. Morghuls can be a little bit temperamental in terms of how they feel, in terms of damage output. Funnily enough, Morghuls are actually a little bit broken against shock cavalry like Empire Knights. Empire Knights get beat by Morghuls pretty bad because Morghuls have frostbite. And stuff like heavy cavalry have a really hard time disengaging from Morghuls. Morghuls are actually maybe sneakily better as a counter to heavy cav than they are to infantry, despite being anti-infantry. Against infantry, they do need support. Against cavalry, they still need support, but not quite as much, because they're able to get their armor piercing through the armor of a lot of the heavy knight type units and chunk them pretty effectively. Where are they? Where are they? Empire War. You know, like Empire Knights and Reichsguard. Even Knights of the Blazing Sun can struggle against the Morghuls. So they just get in, they frostbite, they start getting the hunger going, and they just start wacky inflatable arm smacking everything around them. If you're going to bring Queen Bess, then you need to bring her in immediately. Otherwise, you just got like a 1600 gold unit that you can't do anything with. Because Queen Bess will never win you a game at the end. Like, summoning artillery during a match usually results in a massive loss of momentum. The rare times that you want that you want artillery in reserve is if you're expecting your opponent to bring artillery, and you think that your artillery can out-duel, or you're expecting like annoying single entities or chariots that might be extra vulnerable to cannon fire. Queen Bess just doesn't really do a whole lot for coast. Like, she can do good damage to infantry, I guess, and they can struggle sometimes against infantry, but really, your shooting is what you're banking on, is the coast. If your shooting is not feasting, then you are losing, is basically how games go with these guys. It's a pretty simple equation. Because you're not winning the melee engagements. Deckhand mobs are not doing it for you. Morghuls are solid, but fairly unspectacular as monsters infantry. The only truly exceptional singular unit for the Vampire Coast is Lamprey's Revenge. These guys are crazy durable. Have expert charge defense. Not just charge defense against large. They've got regeneration, and they have really good stats, including good enough melee attack to be a bit of an annoyance for just about anything that comes into contact with them. Really good generalist. And they fire their shotguns a little faster. 11.5 versus 14 seconds. That extra damage output makes all the difference for them using up their ammunition. Alright guys, thank you all for tuning in to stream today. I'm going to go dip out, I'm going to go lay down and chill. Probably make some like pork chops and broccoli and roasted potatoes later, which I'm really excited for. So, I'll see about streaming again this week. Really want to. I just need to find time. It's really hard to find the time now, though. Things are all over the place, and I've got some plans in the near future that I need to save up money for, so we'll see about it. If I stream, I stream, and y'all should catch me, though. Till then, thank you for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed. Peace. Take care.